Sure.
Hello, dear chess friends. Welcome back to Batumi. We have the Women European Championship here. We are your hosts, Grandmaster Valerian Gaprindashvili and Women International Master Sandra Djukic. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Valerie. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. So we continue our broadcasting with the round number 5, but before that, Sandra will tell us about the tournament information.
Yes, so the European Women's Chess Championship is set to take place from 24th of May till 6th of June. We know that today we will follow 5th round. The event has 166 players coming from 32 European federations and will be played in 11 rounds, Swiss system, with a time control of 90 minutes for 40 moves plus 30 minutes until the end of the game, with 30 seconds increment per each move starting from move 1. We have a prize fund of 60,000 euros, and very important thing is that first 10 players will qualify for the next FIDE Women's World Chess Cup.
That's a great chance for them, great chance. And we have 2 leaders of the tournament. Thank you for information, first of all.
You're welcome.
And let's say about the leaders. We have Elmira Mirzoeva and Anastasia Hnatishin on the first board. They have the max points 4 out of 4. And they are doing the great tournament, both of them. So let's see what's going to happen today in their game. Actually, we can start review the games. The first board, as we already said, we have Elmira Mirzoeva with the rating 2265 against Anastasia Hnatishin with 2207. Anastasia is Women FIDE Master and Elmira is a Women Grand Master. We have the close Sicilian line of the opening, and the last move was h4. We definitely have to take a look at that move. It is a very rare move. It's sideline, definitely it is a sideline. The theory says that it's not the best option. The best option was, of course, the main line is with the castle. Instead of castle, she played h4. After h4, the best answer for black is to play h5, simply. Just to face it with h5. Next could be castle. Actually, we have one important game on this opening. Liviu Dieter playing against Yegor, and I don't say the full last name. Just a sec. Nope. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to our game. So, as I was saying, h5 was the best move for black, and Anastasia is thinking about that. Let's see if she knows this detail. More options are, of course, castle, but in case of castle, there is h5, and maybe it will be a little bit unpleasant for Anastasia to play this game, as Elmira will be prepared for that for sure. And another option is just bishop d7 instead of the castle. Instead of the castle, and here again h5, so that h5 could be a small headache for black, so that's why h5 for them will be the best option to play here. That's a fact that we are giving the g5 square, but I don't think that it will be so problematic. For example, on knight g5 we can play even f6. Why not? And on knight f3 just castle. Or e5. Or castle and then e5. Actually, immediately e5 also makes sense. And black is absolutely okay here. But let's see, definitely Anastasia does not feel too comfortable after h4. That's a fact. This is, I will repeat it again, this is quite rare move. There are about 12 or 13 games in total on this h4, but shortly we can say that it's not the best option if black answers with h5. Let's go to the next board where we have Gulenay against Nurgyul Salimova. Gulenay Aydin with white. And here also a very interesting position. Let's see how it was happening until now.
start of the round is promising.
Yes.
At least those two games we went
Definitely,
through.
yes. So it was Caro-Kann with exchange variation. Bishop g4, okay, queen b3 and queen c7, h3, okay. That's kind of theoretical line, the side line. And queen takes d5, yeah. Actually, all is correct. Here the option for black was e5 also, like this, to create the counterplay and increase the initiative, the possible initiative that black could have. Instead of that, it was knight c6, but it seems, knight c6 is an option, of course, is an option. And compared to the first board, here it seems like both of them are prepared well, as they have more than the 1.5 hour on the clock. And e5 also was played, so knight e2 and e5, yes. The best that white can do after e5 is bishop e3. As on queen e4, just long castle follows, and it is even promising for black. The position is promising for black here. So queen e4 makes not a big sense. Bishop e3 is the best option. After bishop e3, there are multiple moves that the black can play. This is knight b6. This is rook d8. And this is e takes d4. A long castle does not make any big sense because the pawn on f7 is hanging. And it will not be good for black at all. At all. Yes.
So Gulene once again has white pieces, and it's in very important round. Yesterday she played at white against Ulviyya.
Yes.
She made a draw in a kind of better position, but as we agreed, probably she was satisfied with the draw, and she also saved some energy for today's game. And in the very important game, once again, she is white, which is kind of, it's a bit easier, of course, to play this tough game as white.
Agree, absolutely agree. And let's see what's going on the third board, where Ulviyya Kolbasa is playing against Günay Mamadzada. That will be a very tough game. Both of them, I think, will be with the equal chances. Both of them are very strong players, almost with the same rating, and it will be a great fight. For now, we have one of the theoretical lines of Sicilian, and they also looks like prepared, as they are not spending too much time. As an evaluation, we can evaluate this position as a mutual play. Fourth board, we have Ulviyya Fataliyeva against Anna Kazarian. Here we have the French defense. I'm sure it was that, yes, and a very theoretical line of d takes e4 variation. Here is knight d7, yes, and she played knight d7. Now let's see what white will do. White has some options here, and knight f3. So they are playing quite fast. It means that they are also well prepared. Let's say it's a mutual play, h6. Yes, it is a very theoretical line. Let's go to the next board, where Mai Narva is playing against Yelizaveta Hrebenchuk. Let's take a look how it was happening. So it's an Italian game. That's with the immediate d3 and a4. It will be a long game. Here will not be any tough and complicated concrete lines. Here will be a very long strategical game. It seems like that. It's a mutual play. Next we have Olga Zimina against Anna Ushenina. We have quite unusual thing on the board. Let's see how it happened. d4, knight f3 and knight c6, castle and knight h6. Yes, this is a thing. e3 and knight f5, correct. e4. e4 is not the best option. As I remember here, it's better to play just a standard d3 or rook e1, e4. It's kind of strange move, knight fe7 and e5 and d3. Yeah, we have a mutual play here. White could continue development of the dark square bishop with b3, for example, and after b3, black also can go back on f5. And in case of bishop b2, they can support and ensure the knight on f5 with the h5 move. It's a mutual play without any concrete lines that we are looking for so much. Okay, next is Alicia Slivichka against Meri Arabidze. The last move. Okay, let's take a look. It was Sicilian, definitely it was Sicilian. With the e6 line and e6, a6, yes. Queen e2, knight e7, knight c3, b5, and e5 is the best move here. Instead of that, white played a3. e5 is definitely the best, and on bishop b7, just bishop d2. Or a4 also possible, but just bishop d2 seems quite solid, because b4 is not giving anything. White can jump with the knight on e4 anytime, and white is slightly better here. Instead of that, Alicia played a3. a3 is kind of time wasting, let's say so, because b4 was not a threat. In case of e5, b4 was not the threat. Now knight b6, and the game is equal already. Black does not have any kind of troubles, as they are on time to develop their pieces. Now if white plays e5, then black would just continue with the castle. And just queen c7 here even creates the troubles. As on bishop f4, there is knight g6. So maybe castle is not the best option for white. They have to try to do something like bishop g5, and on queen c7, now long castle. That makes sense. So here black also have to be careful. Queen c7 maybe is not the best move, and let's push d5, for example. d5 and why d5? Because if we play d6, there is queen e4. This is very unpleasant, so that's why d5. Now the things like queen h5 appears also, by the way, and on g6 there will be queen h4, so h6 and maybe take here. Very interesting lines appears. Take, knight g6. Take.
And the draw.
Yeah, white does not have anything much, yeah, just to do the perpetual
For what
check.
to play, yeah.
Yes, their pieces are far away from the black's king. Okay, let's see. After a3, Meri Arabidze is thinking. Let's see what she will do. So an option here is knight c6, as we already said. Also option is queen c7. Queen c7 is also okay. It is absolutely okay. Let's see what's going to happen there. The next board, we have Dinara Wagner against Sofia Pogorelskih. And let's see how it was until now. Starting with the Queen's Gambit, then goes to Ragozin system. Yes, this is a typical Ragozin. Bishop takes c4 has to be the next move for white. And here is multiple moves with black. This is bishop d6 or b6. Everywhere, let's say that maybe white is slightly better, but nothing special. And as we see, Dinara Wagner is absolutely well prepared again. She has 1 hour.
Once again.
Once again, yes. When the opponent already spent 13 minutes. Next, board number 9, we have Laura Unuk against Elina Danielian. We have a Nimzovich system with a3. Here it seems like black is absolutely okay. It's not the main line for white, and black is maybe even, okay, just more promising position for black, but also will be the long game without any concrete lines for now. Next we have Elin Roberts against Inga Charhalashvili. White has a space. It's a Pirsufimtsev defense for black, but it is quite promising line for white, as white has a space, and it is very difficult here to create any counterplay with black. Next board is Sabrina Vega against Josephine Safarli. What's going on here? I'm not touching anything. The moves were running somewhere. So let's see how it was happening. Yes, it was a Spanish beginning. And here we have d4 line also, which is the theoretical way to play this position. Queen c1, f6, and knight e1. The best option here for black is to play b5 to get some space, as a black has a advantage on the queen side. They have extra pawn, right? So it's going to be good to get some space, and on knight d3 to put the bishop on b6 with the mutual play. Next, let's go ahead. Here we have Alexandra Zhereptsova against Ekaterina Atalik. Let's see what opening we had here. Queen's Gambit, exchange variation, and just a typical Carlsbad system. Here is the option to put the knight on e2, either on f3. But as the knight for now is on g1, maybe Alexandra is going to put it on e2, which is an option, of course, and in case of castle, to continue with f3. This is a very common and famous structure, so let's see who will be better here. Everything depends how they're gonna fight later. Next board we have Alina Bivol against Fiona Sieber, and it is a French also the quite common theoretical line where white's position is a little bit more promising, but on the same time we have to mention that black does not have any big troubles. The best option here for white is to play knight c3, and on knight c6 to play knight b5 to get back that pawn, and after queen b8, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, just knight c6.
And to continue development, yes?
Yeah, continue there, but still white is slightly, I think I just like the white's position a little bit more, but of course, black does not have any big troubles, as I already mentioned. After e5, queen g3, it's kind of long lines. So let's see how they will do there. For now, we have this position. Knight c3, as we already said, or immediate queen takes d4 also makes sense, but I like knight c3 more. Next, we have Victoria Chernyak against Monika Sochko. A very common Nimtsovich line, where is a mutual play. And the 15th board, Anastasia Rakhmangulova against Narmin Abdinova. Okay, let's take a look how it happened, because white already has an advantage. So it was Sicilian. So where did black do wrong? Let's take a look. b5. It was too early to play b5. Yes, it was much better to play castle or either knight bd7 instead of that b5. Usually b5 is facing a4 always, so it happened a4, b4, and knight d5. In case, not in case, actually black has to capture, otherwise bishop b6 is hanging. And they capture on d5, he takes d5 castle, and as I remember, a5 should be the important move in this structure, and here white is slightly better. If black will play a5 on their own, then bishop b5 check is coming, and in case of knight bd7, there will be bishop c6, rook b8 and just queen e2 and bishop on c6 is a very strong piece. Here white has a clear advantage, a big one, by the way.
And a5 pawn is...
a5 pawn is also in troubles. Okay, so we already review first 15 board, first 15 board. Now we can start again from the first board, where we have a very nice pair, Elmira Mirzova against Anastasia Natishin. And on h4 she is still thinking. You see how unpleasant it was for her.
She made the move, bishop d7, but it's not h5. That's why you missed. You were expecting
yes,
h5,
yes, I was
and
expecting, yes, definitely I was expecting bishop d7. Otherwise, we already talked about bishop d7 as a possible option. So she played bishop d7 and h5. Actually, we have to say already that Elmira got what she wanted. Yeah, because mostly h4 is not the best option for white because of h5. Once we give to white the chance to play h5, then it already works. Now she is in her preparation, and I think she gonna be comfortable for a long time in this game. So let's see. What to suggest for a black after h5? Do you know this is already something wrong, and I already mentioned this in our broadcasting. When you are thinking much on one move and on the next move you are thinking again, it means that something is wrong already or you are on the wrong way. And that's not the best option for the player to do like that. What is Anastasia doing actually right now? She thought on bishop d7, definitely most expected move was h5 from white, right? So she should calculate h5 well, and after h5 that Elmira already did to respond faster.
Know how to react immediately.
Yes. So what to do on h5 with the black? Actually, it's not an easy decision, you know, here. Engine says that the best move is g takes h5, but I'm sure that the human will not do this move. Yeah, it's a little bit strange for us to understand why g takes h5. Another move is also having a high responsibility. h6 also is not the easy move to do at all. Because h take g6, f take g6, when you don't know these lines, it is very difficult to evaluate the options after f take g6. Is it good? It's not good. I mean, it's very difficult, mostly when you see that your opponent is in her preparation. So it is a very difficult decision. Now let's try to find out something else.
Is there a third option?
Yes, there is a third option, also very difficult, f5.
But maybe the easiest or the most logical from these three, at least for me, the first one, which is not logical, is g takes h5.
Yeah, that's...
And between h6 and f5, maybe f5 is...
I think the most logical here for black is just to play a6. Yeah? And then queen c7. But after h6 already, here black would be in trouble as bishop has to go back. Otherwise, if it goes on f6, it is facing e5.
And knight
d takes
d4.
e5, and this is just a gift for white. This is just a gift. Knight f5, for example, and g4. It's in troubles. Black is in big troubles because after knight d4, it will be knight d6 check.
Exactly.
King f8, take on b7, and the crazy lines where Elmira will be ready for sure. So as we see, Anastasia is in troubles from the beginning. Immediately she got in troubles. How to react on h5? But actually, again, I have to repeat again that she has to think about that until she played bishop d7, right? So it means that what she already calculated after bishop d7, h5, now she does not like, or she has some doubts. So it is already talking about the self-confidence on the same time. You know, when you are doing something, when you are saying A, and then you are thinking to say B or not, that's already very good. I mean, psychologically now Elmira has an advantage.
For sure.
Yep, let's go to...
Positional advantage, psychological advantage,
Yeah.
time advantage.
Yeah.
So it's good
Everything, yes.
start for
Good start
Elmira.
for Elmira, yes. Second board, we have Gulenay Aydin against Nurgyul Salimova. And what we have here is a very interesting position. Let's see what happened. Let's take a look at the last moves. So after queen takes d5, e5, bishop e3, correct? Knight b6. Maybe knight b6 is not the best option at all, and bishop e7 makes more sense just to develop the pieces as fast as possible. And after knight d2, for example, put rook d8. I like this more, because after knight b6, so this queen anyway is not going to stay on d5, and we're just asking it to go, so it goes.
But she wanted to make long castle,
yeah, maybe
because
that's
of
the
the
point.
f7
Yes,
pawn,
yes.
as you mentioned.
I agree, yes, long castle is an option. No, now I'm just I'm just absolutely agree with Nurgyul. I just missed that long castle. So the long castle idea is and as an opportunity, a good opportunity actually. So black has compensation. Maybe king b8 once, as king on b8 will be much more safe always. So king b8, and then let's see what white will do. They are behind in development. Of course, it is on the same time it is unclear which way to do the castle for white. It seems like mostly on the long side, but why black has compensation? Black has compensation for sure. Move on the board number 3. Here we have the quiet game between Ulviyya Fataliyeva and Yuliia Mamadzada, and d5. d5 is a good move for black, which is actually completely equalizing the position. So e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, and queen takes d5. And it already smells like a draw. Yeah, we have this. Yep, okay. Maybe here both of the opponents are okay to do the draw, as we know that they are one of the strongest in this tournament. So why to fight exactly in this game when we have a very long distance tournament? It is 11 rounds. It's not necessary definitely to play with some players till the end and fight till the end when you know that they are quite good. Why not to be okay on draw? But this is just a theory, and my theory, so it does not mean too much in this concrete case. But let's see. I'm just continue commenting the facts that it just smells like a draw. Next we have on the board number 4 Ulviyya Fataliyeva, a very common line of French defense. Then is Mai Narva, with her Italian that we already consider, and okay, the position is a little bit more promising for white. Let's see what white can do here. So here we have different options. Here we have bishop takes e6. Here we have knight bd2 also. I think bishop takes e6 could be the best option. So let's do it. F takes e6. And here let's take a time a little bit what to play. Knight, as we have a lot of options. Again, we have rook e1, we have knight bd2, and h3 also an option. Okay, it is a game where nothing concrete is happening.
It will be slow
right?
game. It seems like that.
Definitely, it will be like that. So let's try to find out something somewhere in the games. Olga Zimina against Anna Ushenina. So the same thing happened that who we are considering.
The last move of white, knight c3, the most logical move. There is a sacrifice of the rook at this variation. Yes, after knight b4, bishop b2, knight c2, and just to ignore this.
So you mean
I'm pretty much
to play this?
yes,
right?
and then I think just to continue
do this.
development, and I don't have even to move the rook from a1.
Oh, but even if you move, what's
Actually,
so?
maybe one move after when rook is also on e1. I'm pretty much sure I saw the game Teodora Injac played against Ivan Ivanišević, grandmaster. They played on Montenegro League, and I was a bit surprised because she sacrificed somehow rook, but I think it was very similar. Just I have to find the move order how they came, and then I
Okay.
searched for games. I didn't see, but
Yeah.
position was pleasant for white. That's the
Okay, for now I will just continue here. Is here knight b4, knight c2 does not seem like makes any big sense that I can even move the rook, like rook c1, and it's actually unclear what the knight is doing on c2, but maybe there could be something concrete. So the current position is this, and as a absolutely okay option is b6 to play on time bishop b7. So I like b6 move, and then just to develop the bishop on b7. Let's take a look at the next game. So everywhere the games are too slow. Only Dinara Wagner is kind of playing fast, but the position is also very common from the theory of the Ragozin defense, and seems like Elin Roberts, no, the same position here. The same position here. Alina Bivol is getting a big advantage suddenly. So what happened? She played knight c3, as I guess. Yes, knight c3. Oh, wow. I was not expecting this kind of evaluation. Knight f5, bad move. Here I agree. Instead, knight f5 is a very strange move. Knight c6 is extremely necessary, or at least a6. a6 that you need everywhere. So knight f5 is a little bit strange move, and after knight b5, when you go queen d8, after bishop f4, what you gonna do?
knight f5 is very brave move.
Yeah. Bishop
because
f4.
it's obvious that knight b5 will come, and after that, of course, bishop f4. Knight a6 is
on
the only
knight
move.
a6, b4 is very unpleasant, and we
It
are
is
completely
unpleasant,
stuck.
but I think it's the
And on
or
bishop
either
d7,
something like knight d6, which doesn't work. So knight a6 most probably, but this position is not promising for black at all.
yes, here I can allow to myself to play even g4. Why not? And in case of knight h4, I'll just capture, and bishop g2. Huge advantage for white. So instead of knight a6, maybe let's try knight d6, but I don't like this position already. Here, oh, here is bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, queen d4, forcing black to go back on f8. As g7 pawn is hanging. And in this case, we just take on d8, knight e5. Oh, black is in a very big trouble. f7 is just unstoppable threat. So there is no knight d6 move. So then what is it? Bishop d6 maybe? On bishop d6, then I will take with the knight. Take with the queen, definitely. And on knight f5, I will do the same. Capture on d8, capture. g4, oh, that's a huge advantage for white. So black is in a very big troubles. And Alina, no, she did not play bishop f4 yet.
But
She's
she will.
thinking, yes, but she is in a very comfortable situation. That's already the fact. Well, let's go to the next game where something interesting is happening. So this is the only game where we have something concrete and problematic immediately from the beginning. Now I'm looking at the games. Everywhere is almost equal and the mutual play. Yeah, and okay, Elmira has a slightly better position already, as on h5. She did not, I mean, Anastasia did not react with any of the moves that the engine was suggesting. That was G takes H5, that was H6, that was F5. She just played Queen B6, and then we have a first big blunder somewhere. Oh, no, it was just a technical issue. Because Queen D3 never will happen here from black. But when I see the evaluation bar goes down, I immediately went to that, but it was just a technical issue, and black captures on D2, and as we already said, it smells like a draw, but let's see, maybe they will play till the end. Let's see.
They are very competitive, so I guess from rounds we saw, we can actually say that they will play this game. I don't know how many moves, but both of them will try actually to make some progress if other player allows that. So
yeah,
I don't expect...
Ifily.
If, yes, exactly.
Let's see. Where to go?
Where to go?
Okay, let's take a look. No, here Dinara Wagner has the same position. The opponent already spent half an hour, and only 7 moves are played. So I am on the same mind. I want to know who is Dinara's coach, because he definitely works very well. Ellen Roberts, same situation. Everywhere is the same. People are thinking. We are talking, people are thinking. Let's take a look at Goldeneye.
We are here to talk, they are there to think.
Everything is logical.
Everyone is doing their job.
Everything is
properly.
Logical. Let's see what Goldeneye did here.
Goldeneye?
Yes. King B8, Nurgyul Salimova is what we are expecting that move. And white answered with knight e4. And that makes sense. The position is quite complicated. Here the best option seems f6 or f5. Maybe if f6, then why not f5 immediately, forcing white to capture on f6. G takes f6. We are ready to sacrifice another pawn, and in case of queen takes f6, bishop g7, and then we're taking that pawn back with the full compensation. If white captures on f6 with the knight, then it will be queen f7, even better. Oh, here is very dangerous position for white, so maybe it's time to run and do the long castle. As on f5 we have some knight g5. But very complicated position, Knight c4, and who knows what's going on here. But this is actually, you know, abstractly it is okay and good for black to have this kind of position with black, complicated from the beginning, maybe less promising, but still in the game, still active, still aggressive, still with counterplay, and so on. If you want to win with black, this kind of strategy actually is what I like too much. So let's see, Nurgyul Salimova is of course a very strong, experienced, talented and so on player, and she knows her job. Let's see how Goldeneye will stand and how she will fight in this game.
Yes, exactly.
Let's take a...
The game goes for 3 results, so we will see which one will be the end result.
Yeah, only Alina Bivol is the one who has a clear position. Not clear advantage even, but clear position at least. Everywhere is very tough and complicated games. So
I'm just confused why she didn't play instant bishop f4 and after that to think, because if knight a6, nothing, everything stays same, you can take in any moment on d4 if you want.
By the way, bishop f4 is the only move which promises advantage for white. Otherwise, everything is okay for black.
Maybe she made a move. And let's check one more time. No, she's still thinking, yes. Sometimes you're playing the game and you're spending time unnecessarily, and later on when you come to the time travel, you're wondering why I was thinking at that point of the game. Now I could have like 5-10 minutes more, By the
A
way,
lot
she
of
just made a move, and she played bishop f4 as expected.
So this is very promising for white, and the black immediately responded with knight a6. Okay, now we have an options. We have g4, we have b4, but I like b4 too much. Oof, very tough position for black. It's a very tough position. Fiona Sieber is in troubles.
So why b4?
Why b4?
It's very logical move, but I'm just wondering why not, for example, to move what is the concrete point? It doesn't threaten anything, and knight will not go to c5 soon as it protects.
I think bishop c5, it stops bishop c5.
Okay.
You know? Bishop c5, and in case of bishop b6 maybe somewhere, but bishop c5 and castle. I mean the development. So after b4, if black tries to develop like nothing is happening, I'll play bishop d3, and in case of castle, maybe I will even take on f5 like this.
I was thinking bishop d3
Yeah,
immediately instead of b4, and on bishop c5, b4, and then, but
White is
yeah.
just dominating here. The d4 pawn is hanging, and we can take whenever we like. The moves like bishop d7 does not make any big sense, because I will still just take this. And the knight on a6 is a great guy. Yeah, it's a great guy. Let's see what Alina will decide there to play. That's on her now. She definitely has the advantage. Yes, Elmira Mirzoeva played h6, as we are mentioning, h6. And, I mean, h4, h5, of course, the point is to play h6. And after h6, Anastasia went on f8. Now even g4 is possible. Actually, I like this move, g4 and maybe even g5. Or another option is just to take care about the queen side and the development and play b3, which seems also very clever, to put the bishop on b2, since the black bishop is not on this diagonal. Now the white bishop will be the boss there.
I
So
prefer
why not to
b3.
put?
While we are talking about this game, I think it's a good moment just to say that on our YouTube channel we have a poll, predictions for today's top board between Grandmaster Elina and Woman FIDE Master. Actually, she is now Woman International Master. She said that in our interview yesterday. Anastasia. Elmira wins, Anastasia wins, or it will be a draw. So we are just curious.
So many options you have, my friend. So choose one. Choose any of them. That's for free.
Yeah, exactly. And it's for free.
Okay, so maybe we can take a look at Olga Zimina. Yes, here the same, exactly one-to-one, the same things are happening that we are suggesting for both of the players, b3 with white and h5 for black. So tough games, and so equal positions everywhere. Only Alina Bivol is leading this pool with the active position. And Olga Badelka, here we can pay our attention. Olga Badelka against Teresa Rochstein on the board number 18. But still this is interesting as the queen enters on h6. Black missed something somewhere. Let's take a look how it was happening. d6, queen d2. Okay, here castle is an option, but black played a6, knight f3, b5, and bishop h6. I'm not sure about taking on h6. Why not to do just the castle? It seems like more obvious and more solid. I don't think that the white has any huge attack here, as that b4 is also hanging, right? So white has to take care about that with bishop d3, for example, and now knight c6. Let's play like that to react on h4 with e5.
With counterplay,
Yes.
immediate.
Yes, as after bishop takes h6, what happened in the game? Then what to do with the king later? Now e5 is also hanging.
And she is spending a lot of time.
Yes.
So she didn't enter to the position either which she likes, either which she understands best.
Let's see,
So-
but okay, queen h6 already, the queen already on h6 is already the problem. Yeah, that's already the problem.
And you cannot solve it.
And you cannot solve it, definitely. Knight g8 or knight g4 will not help at all. Okay, Sandra, I think it will not be the bad idea to do the short break now, as we already consider the openings and nothing so active, aggressive, or even crazy is happening. So let's do the short break, and we will be back soon.
But
Hello dear chess friends, and we are back from Batumi, Women European Championship. I am Valerie with Sandra here broadcasting, and let's go to the games. The first board, the last move, Elmira made a small error. E5 was not the best option. It was not the best option at all. As we already mentioned in this position, it was better to play b3. b3 makes sense, yes. b3 makes sense. We already talked about that, to put the bishop on that diagonal as it does not have the opponent. But instead of that, Elmira thought quite much, by the way. As we see on the clock, she has 57 minutes. So for this time that we were on break, she was thinking, and she did e5. Now the best response from black is to play d5. Why not? And it's absolutely unclear what did white gain with the e5 move. They still have to continue attacking the king side with the g4, as there is nothing else there. And even after g4, f5 square is very well protected with black. On the same time, they can do the long castle anytime they want. So d5, we're suggesting d5. After d5, I think it's just a mutual play. Just a mutual play. Is after g4, I can even do knight d4 with black. Knight takes d4, c takes d4, knight e2, and let's say rook c8. I don't want log castle anymore, as I have the semi-open file there. I will press on c2 pawn. And black is okay. Okay, it's not about that white has a bad position or so on, but here instead of e5, b3 was a very promising line for white to have the advantage, right? It was kind of so logical. Okay, and here we have also the small error from Nurgyul's side. She played bishop e7, so she did f5 as we were considering. And after a long castle also we were saying here for black to play f5. That makes sense. f5, and on knight g5 to play knight c4, and we are saying who knows what's going on here. We even said that for black it is nice to have this kind of strategy in the opening, to have a complicated position. But instead of that, Nurgyul played bishop e7, which is not a... and it's a blunder. Sandra, by the way, knight f4. This is what she blundered.
wow.
What a move, huh? Nice.
Wow.
That's nice.
That's not a move you're thinking about before you make a move.
Knight f4, and white has a big advantage. Just a big advantage. So we
Knight
can say...
e6, knight g6,
yeah,
threats everywhere.
Yeah. On the same time, okay, for more clearness, taking on f4 is not good, because bishop takes f4, bishop d6, take on d6, rook takes d6, and queen
Even
g3.
queen g3.
And on rook h d8, just take on g6.
So
And,
no compensation.
later white will just capture on d6, and white has rook and the 3 pawns for 2 knights.
Exactly, and h-pawn is
Very
a
dangerous.
big threat.
So we can say to Gulenai, come on, you have a chance now. That's time.
Well,
That's
she's
time
in a
to
great
act.
shape, so I cannot say I don't expect from her.
Knight
Although I would
F4,
not
yeah?
be also surprised if she makes
King b1.
another one. Exactly.
B1.
Just prophylactic move
Yeah.
instead of let's go.
Knight f4 is a very strong move, dear chess friends, and that will be quite interesting. It is already, as Gulenai has 2200, 2204, and Nurgyul has 2404. I mean, whole 200 points less. And in case of Knight f4, I would say that Gulenai is not risking to lose this game at all. More, Nurgyul will be struggling for whole game to survive. So let's see, very important and critical moment. Knight f4 one more time for white. And let's consider another option for black. Instead of taking on f4, if black plays rook g8, then knight e6. 96 and problems. As on queen d7, there is d5 very strong. And knight could not take on d5 because of knight c5, game over. And if black plays queen c8 here, then knight takes f6. Oh, that's very nice lines appears. Queen takes e6, knight take on g8. Queen takes g8, as if rook takes g8, there will be d5, game over. So queen has to take on g8, d5 anyway, knight a5, and b3. Very interesting position, very interesting and unusual position. It is difficult to evaluate it well, but for now we can just say that white has rook and the 2 pawns for 2 knights, so it is already enough, and a little bit even more than the enough to have against the 2 knights. So I think that if Gulenai sees knight f4 move, she does not have to be afraid of these kind of positions and just go on this line, because actually white has a big advantage here. For example, queen c8, queen c8 is the best option for black. We have to protect the pawn like rook d3 and queen f5. Maybe it's an only option for black to still continue fighting, take on f5 take, and rook g1, another strong move.
And c4, c5
Yes,
is coming.
on the same time rook g7, so on f4 we will just take on b6, take on b6, and maybe even rook g6 will be the clever move to take.
And let the knight on a5 to sleep. There.
But not sleeping well.
Not sleeping well, exactly.
This knight has a dream. This knight in the dreams, I think, sees horrible things. Nothing good. Nothing good. The horrors.
The horror.
Yeah, because that is stuck forever. Okay, at least for now it is completely stuck. But still, it's not easy to evaluate that here, how much advantage do you have. Mostly when you are going on this position, 10 moves in advance, right? So Gulenai is taking her time, which is absolutely correct in this position, to take a time. We are against taking the time when it is so clear what to do. But here it's not clear what to do at all. As king b1 is still promising for white. I mean, it is an option. If the position is like, if I don't play knight f4, I have nothing, then okay, it's easier to play knight f4. But when you have an option to play king b1 and still keep the advantage, maybe not so big as after knight f4, but still the advantage. Still the advantage. As bishop e7 actually was a bad move.
But it looked just fine.
So obvious.
So obvious. You developed the last piece. Knight f6 is not a threat because of rook f8.
Yeah.
And
okay. I think Gulenai will take her time here. She will think about at least more 5-7 minutes. I'm sure in that. So I will use that fact and Anastasia did not play d5. Oh, that could be a big problem. The
Wow.
big problem. Long castle and
What
after
is her plan
94,
after 94?
maybe she missed 94 move. You
Well,
know,
I
because
don't think so.
one move ago the pawn was there.
It can happen, but somehow
Why am I
once when
saying
pawn
this?
is not on
I
e4,
have a reason to say that, that again, she did long castle, and now she's thinking again. So she was not expecting knight e4 move. If she was expecting knight e4, then she has to immediately answer with knight f5. If she already calculate that, and if she was ready on knight e4. But, you know, this is just a separate logic. Maybe it does not work inside the playing venue. So we are not surprised of that, because we mentioned a lot of times here everything is easier. Mostly when you have engine on the right side, you have such a big confidence, you know. And inside the playing venue, we all understand that it's absolutely different atmosphere, the pressure, and so on, and maybe each move needs double checking and triple checking, and that's why Anastasia is thinking. But she's having a tough game, that's for sure. From the beginning, she's playing like, I mean, a little heavy. Yeah. And knight f5. Knight f5 is the only option, by the way. Otherwise, the position could be very bad. As d5 is just losing immediately. Knight d6 check, and then knight f7. That's the point. That's why I'm saying that maybe she blundered that. After knight f5, which is the only move, it is facing g4. And this is another trouble here. And here black has to do the only move again. This is d5. And very complicated game is going on here. Knight takes h6, knight g5. White just sacrificed the pawn. Just. For nothing, let's say.
Well, for nothing, but for everything.
Yeah, that's what I meant. On h7 is hanging anytime, yes? If white wants to get back the pawn, then h7 pawn is hanging anytime. But I think white is pretending for more than just taking back the pawn. Yeah, very unpleasant knight e4 appears, and it is just increasing my doubts about the blundering that move, yeah? Because she does not look like confident. Yeah, she played knight f5. She played knight f5, and let's see if Elmira will answer with a g4 move, which is actually the best option for white. Okay, knight f5. This mark is not necessary, as it was kind of only move. Otherwise knight d6 and knight f7 was ending up the game. So as we already said, g4, if the white does not play g4, then there is no more options to fight for advantage. Without g4, black is absolutely okay. So it seems like Elmira will take her time here, is again the critical moment for her in the game. So let's go to the next board, where Gulina is also thinking. We already said that she will take her time, and she's taking. Third board, the same smell.
Nothing special.
Same smell that was about half an hour ago. It is very close, not to equal and mutual play. It is just very close to draw. The position is just very close to draw. Next board, we have Ulviyya Fataliyeva against Anna Maya Kazarian, and yes, this line is promising for white, and not a big problem for black. But bishop b5 is a strong move here that has to be done. And who played the move?
Ulviyya just made a long castle.
Ah, she did not do bishop. No, bishop b5 here was necessary. Bishop b5 check, bishop d7, take on d7, take on d7, and long castle now. This is what I like with white. Risk is just zero. Yeah, you are risking just zero, nothing at all. And okay, maybe black will survive, maybe not. That's an option. On c takes d4, it is very interesting response with the white queen e5. This is what I don't like, actually. This is the main factor here. I'm not taking on d4, I'm playing queen e5 with white. I want to take on d4 with the rook. And in case of queen d6, which is the best option for black, queen b5 check. On queen c6, I'll just, oops, I will not do queen b6. I will just capture on c6, capture, and knight takes d4. It seems like okay for black, yeah, it seems like, but the whole game will be like that. A tiny error will be enough to get the big advantage for white. On the same time, black does not have any clear plan more than to support their weaknesses.
Yeah, and the difference between the move she made is that after cd4 there is no bishop d5 as queen from d5 guards the d.
So in the game
b5
was
square.
castle.
If black decides to take.
Yeah, I think they will. I think, and knight takes d4 and then bishop d7. This position is absolutely okay for black. Absolutely okay. We just have to accurately develop, continue the development. And for example, on king b1, just do the accurate move like bishop e7 or even queen c5 first. To be accurate is very important here. On bishop e4. By the way, here bishop e4, we have to mention that a2 pawn is hanging. And this is a big advantage for black. So that's why king b1, it's not like just a move, so I'm just explaining. And queen c5. Now on bishop e4, I will sacrifice that pawn. I mean, I don't care about that pawn. I will play just bishop e7. And in case of taking on b7, rook b8. Bishop goes on e4 and just castle. I'm okay with that at all. That pawn I will sacrifice always. Yeah, and the pair of the bishops could be very dangerous here.
Safe king side and potential attack.
Okay, if white wants to be concrete, maybe the best option here in this position is to play knight c6, bishop takes c6, queen takes c5, take, and maybe agree on draw. Maybe agree on draw. Okay, so we have what we have, long castle. And now Anna Maya is thinking.
Both of players had tough yesterday's game.
Yes.
Ulviyya played like 100 moves and maybe more, and finished in draw. And Anna Maya, she lost with a lot of ups and downs in the game. So.
Okay, and it is surprising, Sandra, but Alina Bivol made something wrong, and she does not have such a big advantage as it was a while ago, right? Or still, no, still, actually, why not? Why not? But let's take a look if she could do something better, because I had a feeling that she can. So, she did not play b4, that's a first fact. She did not play b4, she played g4 immediately, that's okay. Then knight d6. Oh, now I see queen takes d4 is a bad move actually. Just take knight f takes d4. It is kind of decisive advantage. As on knight b5 now, and it is much better to trade the queens here, not there.
And bishop will come to g2, and bishop on c8 is
just
trapped by
dominating
defending
with white,
b7, and it's a very powerful position. Instead of that...
True. Instead of that, she played queen takes d4, and after knight takes b5, that knight gone, and now I have a knight on f3 instead to have it on b5. And the black's knight also is in game and alive. Yeah, a huge mistake.
Exactly.
Huge mistakes. Knight d7, also the mistake. It was much better to keep the knight on a4. Definitely it is much better. Why to put it on d7 when we can put it on a4? That's for sure. Knight d7, bishop g2 will come, I hope so. And still, I could not continue playing with this knight, and I have to put it on b6. Knight on d7 is a very bad piece. Yeah, here black is still stuck, and white has advantage, but still not as big as it was few moves
few
ago.
moves ago.
Okay, so that was only one game where something special was happening, and even
Actually,
here.
there is something in the game on 8 board, Dinara Wagner, and so against Sofia Pogorleski.
Oh, let's take a look what's
So
going
it's
on.
interesting to take a look.
Dinara is pieced down, but I think she did it on her own wish. Let's take a look how it was happening. So this is a position. Okay. Castle, a6, a3, take on d4, and white can just take on d4. And that isolated pawn is advantage for white, dear chess friends, because again, black has a problem with the piece, and this piece is bishop on c8, and if they play b5, then bishop a2. And on bishop b7, I have very unpleasant bishop g5, and I love white's position here is a big advantage. Okay, she could do like that, but yeah, she did it actually. That's what's happened in the game. Take on d4 and h6. So now she captured on h6. Yes, of course, rook e1, just a regular move, is keeping the advantage and just continue like that. Instead of that, she took on h6, black respond, queen g6 check, queen h6 check, and knight h7. Definitely knight h7, because on king g8 it's gonna be bishop d3. And maybe it is just winning. And it is. And it is.
The thing is that if there are no these two moves, like intermediate moves a6 and a3, there is variation when queen is on c2 and black's knight goes to b4, and then later on with the knight on b4 you take this bishop h6, you give queen g6 check, you take, and it works actually good for white. So maybe she mixed variation.
In your case that you are saying, there white has knight e5 move compared to this position where they don't have this move.
No, the thing is that the knight, black's knight is on b4. So if there are these intermediate moves, knight b4, queen b1, then it's very important. Then later on, first knight will come to e4 after queen g6 and queen h6, knight h7, knight will come to e4, and then after bishop e7, knight will come to e5.
I will put this position on the board for our viewers
Yes.
also. So in case of, e takes
d4,
e takes d4, knight b4, queen b1, and h6.
exactly. And now bishop h6, take,
She takes
queen g6,
check, king
h8, queen h6, knight
h7,
h7,
and
knight
e4.
e4. Exactly.
But also unclear, right? It's not like
It's
super
unclear,
clear.
but it is very unpleasant for black to play. Black has to play bishop e7, and then knight e5.
Actually, bishop f5 is an interesting move here.
It is,
also
but
on this. Okay, it's complicated. We just
it
wanted
is.
to
I just say that
yes,
she probably mixed, because here is
Can
just
be, yes,
there are
can
chances
be.
for
can
both
be, yeah,
players.
because what happened in the game here is absolutely unclear what to do next with white. How to keep going. She played knight e4. I think she's mixing, she played knight e4.
Yes, but what after bishop e7? That's the problem.
Bishop e7. No, here, bishop f5 is very powerful.
Either bishop f5, exactly.
Because bishop e7, maybe here will be the problem for black after d5. This is a difference.
Yes, now knight is on c6. That's the difference, actually, which...
And you know what is happening here on knight a5? There is
Knight f6 and bishop d3, yes, it's very nice.
Bishop f5 only move, knight takes h7, bishop takes h7, and bishop d3 f5.
The only
and just
move.
rook a1.
So bishop f5. Actually, bishop f5. And it is the most logical move to keep control of this diagonal.
Bishop f5, so white will play knight g5 for sure, no? I think so. If you play bishop f5, then you are coming knight g5 also. That's kind of low. But here is bishop
there is
f4.
bishop f4.
Yeah, seems like white is in trouble and on their own decision. Nobody forced Dinara to capture on h6.
And Sofia played, yes, bishop f5. Sophie is very good chess player. We are playing for the same team on Serbian League, and she plays for national team. Last year she played first time. She's progressing.
How is Serbian
a lot.
League in the original language? Local Serbian League, how to say it?
Srpska Liga.
Oh?
Srpska Liga.
Srpska Liga.
Yes.
Okay,
You're
Srpska
good.
Liga.
Srpska Liga, yes.
Yeah.
And usually it's actually quite strong, Serbian league, both men's and women's. We used to have 2 foreign players in a team, but from this year we will have 1 foreign player. But I just wanted to mention that I'm not surprised Sofia played bishop f5. Okay, this position Dinara just sacrificed with no reason, and she gave her opportunity. But even without that, I would say that there are chances for both players to win this game. So
yes, and we are looking at Dinara thinking and fully focused. I saw her first time like that.
Exactly. And speaking of Dinara, we were wondering who is her coach. And actually, we got a comment on our live stream broadcast that it's probably her husband, which is actually kind of true.
And who was commenting?
I also
Maybe
knew
his husband?
No. It's not, but her husband is Grandmaster Dinara Wagner, and
I see.
he's for sure helping her. I also knew this, but I don't know if he's
Not only he is helping her, I think when he needs a help, she also helping her.
Even without
helping him.
Exactly.
So they are helping each other.
Yes.
That's the best
nice.
option. Yes, that's the best option. Okay, let's go ahead. But where? It's good to go ahead, but where we have the mutual plays everywhere. Let's take a look at this, where the position has changed much. And Inga Charhalashvili fight back to Elin Roberts. From the beginning, the position was quite passive. We were considering that position where we were saying that White has a space advantage, very comfortable life. And in few moves, something has changed. Okay, it started with f3, unnecessary f3. It was much better to play queen c2 to support e4 pawn. And in case of knight c5, White can just play knight g3 to put the knight on g3. Instead of that, Elin decided to play f3, knight c5, queen d2, another error. It was... knight f5 was unlucky move. It's just unlucky move, as after queen d2, black just capture on f5. And black has a perfect chance here to fight for advantage with d5. It is very difficult move. That's easy to see, as White can open up the file where the black queen stays. But actually this is the trickiness here, that the black is not capturing on d5, but they are playing rook d8. And black is better. Black is better here. Instead of that, Inga played queen e7, bishop f2, knight a4. Knight a4 is a very nice move, attacking the c3 knight. So on the next move, black will just capture that knight. So maybe White has to do that first. Then queen takes e2, queen takes e2, rook takes e2. And the position is absolutely equal. So we can say that Inga equalized the position, which is a very good option for black in what they have from the beginning.
Right. In meantime, something happened on the board 11, where we have Olga Badelka playing as White. Maybe if there is nothing else which is more interesting. 18, sorry. Somehow 11 is in my head. I don't know why. Maybe 11 rounds.
11 rounds, yeah.
We were speaking about...
We said that queen h6 is a very dangerous guy. So, in the game happened. Girl, actually, yes. Pardon me. The female piece.
Yes.
b4, not the best option. Knight d5, strong move. Okay, we see. Knight d7 and just eating the pawn on h7. No, first castle. Should be 7, knight g5, knight f6. Rook e1, threatening the knight on f6 as the pawn is pinned. Knight h5. Oh.
It looks like this will
Do
be...
you know what was the only move here for black?
Let you
guess.
let me guess. Maybe...
Yes. You are correct. No, actually.
I don't know.
But you are saying something and you are correct. Because exactly that kind of move is the only move here. The knight is hanging on
I took a look
f6.
on king d7, but...
So I told you that's correct.
But still it's game over, no?
No, it's not. Why? What's wrong?
Well,
King
many
is just
things.
running.
King is running, but...
Knight takes f7. Right?
Yes,
You
queen
meant that,
e8,
but queen e8,
tempo move,
and
knight
on knight
g5.
just capture back. And
Okay,
everything
I
is
were
protected.
correct.
Yes, you
You
were
were right.
I am right, you were right. So instead of king d7, Teresa played knight h5. Queen, oh,
Oh my god. Oh, knight
that's-
f6.
That's from the book.
That's
the
nice.
puzzle.
It would be game
Oh,
over. Wow.
That's crazy. Oh, such a pity.
Wow.
Such a
Pity that we
pity.
didn't see knight h6 over the board.
I will applaud immediately here if Olga took on h7. Very nice moment. Yeah, that is not happening in practical chess often. So when you have the chance, definitely you have to use it. Knight h7 and 1-0. That's it. There is
Wow.
nothing to continue. Game done in 1.5 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, very nice thing. So just for clearness, in case of knight takes g7, knight f6, a brilliant checkmate. A brilliant checkmate. The only move for black here is king d7 and then just take on f8. Yeah, and the absolutely winning endgame. Absolutely winning endgame. Yeah, this is just the techniques here.
It wasn't just a chance, it was just a brilliant way to finish the game, to save energy, to have almost a free day.
Yeah, and the point in the score sheet.
And the point in the score sheet, which is the most important thing.
Yeah. Instead of
Okay.
that, she played queen h6. Bishop takes d5, another bad move. And after
Now again, queen h5.
Oh.
But okay, rook will be moved, so
Yes,
then
but
it's...
wait a sec. Here it was just super necessary for black to play king d7 and to give that exchange. And why? Because here it's even worse after g4. Amazing move. White has to find that move. g4. g4 is an amazing move. Bishop takes h1, right? What else?
Right.
She takes h5, king d7. We have to run
Bishop
for
h3.
sure. And bishop h3 check.
Mm-hmm.
King c6 and just take on h1.
2 pieces for a rook.
Just a winning
But
position.
light square bishop, king
Yeah.
is not safe, and
Just
there is
winning
no
position.
actually
Let's
safe
see
place.
if g4 will
safe
happen.
house.
Let's see if it will happen. Because if white will not play g4, then the other options is not giving much at all, because next move will be king d7. If you give me a chance to play king d7, I'll play king d7, I am okay. So g4 is the only move. Oh, but come on, white we are winning in one move.
Imagine
White
Olga
was
when
winning.
he goes to, if she didn't realize yet, and better will be that
Yes.
she did not realize while playing the game. And imagine her going to the room and just taking a mobile or checking the game. It will be both, probably messages on...
Actually, the worst option in that case is when you are ending up the game, for example, with draw, you did not win the game, and the opponent is saying to you, you know you were winning.
Why you didn't play knight h7? What? That knight h7
But
was so
definitely
simple.
Teresa also blundered,
I would resign,
right?
and then they say I would resign, which would not most probably happen, but...
But it seems like Teresa also missed that move, right? Otherwise she will not play that. It was absolutely okay to play king d7, and minus plus everything is okay. So she blundered that also.
Pity we cannot see how much time Olga spent here.
Actually,
Most
it will
probably
be.
she played very fast.
It will be. I got the idea. It will be very good to have as a guest Olga or Teresa, one of them. Mostly Olga, and to tell her about
Yes.
about
And
knight h7.
to have a live transmission of the face
yes.
expression and
Yes, I think that will be also very interesting for our viewers if Olga will see that move here in the studio.
exactly. I like your idea.
Okay, well, let's go back to the first board where we have some errors on each move. So g4 is a good move. G4 is a good move that Elmira did, and knight d4. So we are considering knight h6. Oh no, sorry, d5. We are considering d5 here for black instead of that knight d4 happened. And it's very interesting what's going on after knight fg5. The f7 pawn is hanging. In case of bishop e8, I'll play just c3, and I am the boss here. Knight b4, the only move. c3 anyway. Knight dc2, king f1, knight takes a1, c takes b4. White has a clear advantage. The clearless advantage. So let's see if Elmira will play knight fg5. Knight fg5 is the only move again to fight for the big advantage, and she is taking her time. By the way, she is taking too much time. It is just a move 13, and she already thought more than the almost 55 minutes. And it seems like she continues thinking she will not respond quickly here. Let's take a look at Kulinai, which did not the best move. Not the best move. She did not play knight f4, Sandra. She did not play knight f4. Yeah, so many errors, by the way, today. Today we have a lot of errors. Maybe the pressure is higher and higher each day. Otherwise, yeah, knight f4. I understand that maybe it's a tough move, but not so difficult. You know, not too difficult.
Well, if you're working with your coach and he says, "Okay, find me the best move,"
yeah, then definitely
you will find. But when you play the game and you have so many things in your mind to think about how to do this, that, what I should do.
But knight c5 is still a strange move. Then at least king b1. So after knight c5, the problem is that black just simply capture on c5 and play knight c4, what was anyway planned. And what did we do with that? What did we do? I like black's position here. Black is okay. Queen takes f6 makes no sense because there is queen a5, very strong move. Maybe she miscalculated that. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8. a2 pawn is hanging. So for example, if we protect that pawn with king b1, then queen b5 is just winning the game. Unstoppable attack there. If white plays a3, in case of a3, queen b5, still ending up the game. So what is the threat? Threat is on b2, and threat is to take on e3 and then take on e2. This is a threat which is unstoppable, and black is winning the game. Yeah, maybe she miscalculate and misevaluate that chance for black, that black could capture on c5 and then play knight c4 with the idea of queen a5. Yeah.
In meantime, Badelka did what we were talking about. She played g4, she took on h5, and okay, now king d7 will come for sure as is the only move.
Yes. No, there is e6 also, but to stay with the king there is not promising at all. Yeah,
there is
no rook g6. There is no rook g6 because of queen f8 and game over. So that's why king d7 just ran away. Run away. Chicken Run. Do you know that cartoon? It's a very old one, yeah, and very nice. Anime. Chicken Run. Okay, Olga seems like winning here. Elmira is thinking. Kurenai played and Nurgyul is thinking. We already considered those games. Here we have Ulviyya Kyolbasa against Gyunay Mamadzada with a very equal position. Ulviyya Fataliyeva. What happened here? King B1 happened. Yes. So, oh, wait a sec. So black did not capture on D4 in this moment. Black played bishop D7, king B1, and they have to capture now. If black does not capture, then it will be very bad. Black has to capture on D4, like take on D4, knight takes D4, and just bishop E7. Again, I'm not afraid of bishop E4, queen C5, and bishop B7. Because of rook B8, bishop E4, just castle, and black has full compensation for the pawn here.
On the 6th board, Olga Zimina is struggling with the position.
What happened here? Bishop C5 happened.
Bishop C5 looks good.
Yeah. Bishop D4, take, everything is correct. And here we have your idea. Sandra, rook E1 was the best move here. Rook E1, and on knight C2, just ignore that and play bishop B2.
Finally!
Yeah, finally. No, today you are kind of on fire, you know. There, king D7, you got the move. Now you know that giving the rook is okay here, and that's actually slightly better position for white. So the point is that we just continue playing. And the dark squares and the king in total, black king is a weak piece. And we just continue. There is nothing concrete. I mean, it is nothing concrete. Black here can do any of the moves, and even rook b8, even rook h6, even a6, a5. Anything could happen, but we just continue with rook c1, then knight g5 somewhere, and just continue. And the dark square bishop here is not less than the black's rook. That's all theory about that.
I'm just curious to see, because, for example, she made the move bishop b2, and it's obviously a very bad move instead of rook e1. So let's see and let's show why. Because, for example, if knight c2, then
this is a blunder.
This is a blunder.
And do you know what? This is
knight
a move.
e2, okay.
Now king h2, because on king h1 is just knight h4. So that's why king h2, but still knight h4. G takes h4, queen takes h4.
Bishop h3,
bishop h3, knight is hanging, and we can do, knight is immediately hanging.
Yeah.
But here the best move is queen f4 check first. As white does not have this because of h4 and game over. And when the king moves, then I will take it with a check. I mean, with the check, I am not piece down, and the same threats and same everything in the position. And two extra pawns.
So the point is, with rook e1, we prevent also knight e2, because we can sacrifice, in that case, that rook.
It means Anna Ushenina is kind of winning. Knight e2, if she will play knight e2, king h2 is the only move, and here Olga will be forced not to take on h4 and play something like bishop h1, but you know, now the h file also will be the problem. Black will go back on f5, h4 is hanging, and yeah, decisive advantage. But if Anna Ushenina, but I think she will see it. Yeah, it's not like a very tough tactics.
She will.
Yeah, she will.
She is Anna Ushenina, so she will find it.
She is Anna.
She is Anna. And she...
Do you hear anything about Anna Kalinina?
I'm sorry?
Do you hear anything about Anna Kalinina?
No.
No? Okay, I will tell you in the next break.
Okay, I cannot wait.
So, she's thinking here.
She made a move.
She did it?
Yes, it's time for...
and we have knight e2.
Yeah. Knight e2.
It means that she...
And how you can resist not to take knight h4 after king h2? First of all, good thing is that it's
You are
so
taking-
visible. You
Yes.
just want to calculate, and when you calculate, it's just
If you don't
kind
see
of
anything else, you are at
simply-
least getting back knight on e4, right? So it's
right.
now I'm
Right.
I'm sorry about Olga. Now it's like a cold shower now. You know, knight e2 at what? After knight e2, the first reaction is what? What did I do?
Olga had good tournament. She didn't lose any game so far. So
Until now.
until now.
Today she
Until
has
now.
she's in a big danger to change the statistics. Yeah, it's just unstoppable. What to say? What to say? Also, what's going on? She's thinking now. She's thinking now, but King h1 makes no sense at all. So the only move is King h2.
And after knight h4,
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay, there is nothing to say. I don't think that
Okay.
here will be some surprises. Anna Ushenina for sure will capture on h4. That will not be a problem for her. Okay, which one to choose? What's going on in Alina's game against Fiona Sieber? Nothing has changed. Nothing much has changed, actually. It was only h5 and g takes h5, the same kind of advantage for white. But not decisive, as she could get the decisive advantage, but she missed a couple moves. And on the same time, Elmira did the mistake. She did the mistake after knight d4. She did not play knight fg5, which was giving a huge advantage for white. She captured on d6, and now the position is absolutely equal. If black captures on f3, queen takes f3, knight d4.
Actually, this looks very nice and very pleasant for black. I would prefer black's pieces maybe here.
Definitely. On the same time, we are ahead in development. So this position is excellent for black. Yeah, up and down game. Again, the nerves play. The game of nerves. There is a game of thrones and there is a game of nerves. And we have the game of nerves today. Let's take a look here also. Here, a very strange day today. A lot of mistakes, by the way, Sandra. A lot of mistakes. Here, Nurgyul did not capture on c5. Instead of that, she played knight c4. Taking on c5 was a very strong line for black. One more time. Why? If question why, here you are. That queen a5 is coming. Queen a5 is very strong. So that's why it was better to take on c5. Instead of that, Nurgyul played knight c4 and give chance to white to go back, knight b3, to support the pawn on d4. And okay, white is pawn up, and let's see what happens later. But for now, white is okay. On the same time, we have to mention the advantage on time. Nurgyul already has only 29 minutes on the clock versus 54 minutes for Gulinai.
Which is advantage. We see on the screen Stefana Milutinovic. She's making some pictures of players. So
She is always very welcome.
exactly. Exactly.
Okay, what next here? What next? What next? It's a good question. What is next? There is nothing next.
Next.
Everywhere is a mutual place. No, sorry, mutual play.
Wagner against Sofia. I would give more chances to black.
Yeah, so white is, bishop takes e4 was a bad move. It was better to stay with the bishop on g6, just make it safe, and then continue. So she captured on e4, rook takes e4, and queen f6, yeah, queen f6 is the only move. Queen e3, and just rook g, okay, still, Dinara is not like losing or, I mean, her position is fightable. It is still a fight. More, I can say that it's just a mutual play. It's just a mutual play. Having the e-file, occupied the e-file is an important detail. So it will be very difficult for black to improve. and to use that extra piece, as there is the opposite color bishops on the board and the white bishop gonna do more job connected to the weakness of the king. That's why white is still okay. Okay, so we review most of the games here. Sandra, if you don't mind, we can do another short break, and let's see what is waiting for us. Unfortunately, for now, we couldn't say there will be the time troubles. It's too early to say that, but we will be ready for that. So see you soon.
See you soon.
Hello dear chess friends and welcome back to the Women European Championship. Valerie and Sandra with you, and we will continue broadcasting with our games here, and we will start with the first board where we have the leaders, the only leaders of the tournament. They have 4 points out of 4. This is Elmira Mirzoeva and Anastasia Hnatishin. So we have a very up and down game today also. As you see, that was the position what we are considering, and we are saying knight d4. Knight d4 definitely makes sense, attacking the queen and the pawn on the same time. And on the next move, black will capture the pawn, as white could not play queen e4 because of bishop c6, game over. So queen has to leave that diagonal. So for example, queen f2 and just take on d6. And black's position is absolutely okay. I can say more that I even like to play here with black more than with white. Instead of that, somehow Anastasia managed to play e5. e5 was kind of all-in mentality that if white captures on e5, after knight takes e5, both of the pawns now hanging and black has an advantage. But instead of that, Elmira did the correct move, castle, and now we can realize that white is just pawn up. It's very difficult to get back the d6 pawn. In the game was rook e8, and Elmira is thinking in this moment. So the best that we can offer for white is a very strange move, but on the same time the strongest one. This is queen f2. I'm not sure Elmira is able to do this move, as it is actually a very tough move to do at the board. Just go back with the queen. So the point is that if black captures on g4, white captures on e5, knight takes e5 and bishop e3. The target of queen f2 is the c5 pawn. c5 pawn, so queen takes d6 is forced, bishop takes c5, queen c7 and take on a7. This is our target with queen f2 move, but again it is quite difficult idea to find out. If not queen f2, then another move that we can also consider is c3 to stop knight d4. And in case of rook e6, with the idea of taking on d6, then queen g3. That is also an option. Let's see which line Elmira will choose. If she will do queen f2, that will be just an amazing idea. On the same time, Gulina increased her advantage. Oh, actually the last move was very bad. Wait a sec. So knight c5. We said here that in case of bishop takes c5, the position for black is absolutely okay. Instead of that, black played knight c4, knight e6, and now extremely necessary was to play queen b6, attacking the checkmate on b2, and on b3, a very strong queen a6. And I like black's position. They have more than the compensation for the pawn here, because taking on c4 is just giving a very bad results to white. Queen a2, rook d3 is the only move, bishop a3 check, king d1, and queen takes c4. That's a crazy game. That's a crazy thing. Now the rook on d3 hanging and knight on e6 is hanging. And black has advantage here. So queen b6 was super necessary. On queen a6, king b1, and let's continue playing that knight takes e3, for example. Knight takes d8 or f takes e3, does not matter, and then some crazy things like this. Actually, black has those kind of crazy things everywhere. So in case of knight takes d8 and knight takes d1, knight takes c6, queen takes c6, queen takes c6, b takes c6, rook takes d1, and rook takes h3. Very, very close to draw. D takes e4, f takes e4. 4 islands for black, but not enough resources for white to increase the advantage at all. Here just king c7, and black is okay. It's just very close to draw. But we have what we have. Black played queen a5. Queen a5, and now Gulina is thinking. She has a very strong move, knight takes d8, where black is forced to take on d8, for example, with the rook, and then just king b1, and in case of queen b5, which is already late, as after b3, there is nothing happening at all there. And white is just exchanging the pawn up. It seems like technically the position is winning after that. So queen a5 is very unclear decision that Nurgyul did. Very unclear decision. What for? What is she missing? So maybe she thinks that here she can take on a2. Knight takes c6. Yeah, maybe she thinks that. B takes c6, but here is just rook d2.
And I just took a rook.
Yeah, why not? Why not? It's kind of for free.
It's a present.
Yeah. And here queen a1 check, king c2, queen b2 check, king d1, and then the next check I will block with my knight.
Yeah. Before the queen a5, and it could have done in different way, but this way I don't think that it will bring a win for
Okay, so well, let's move ahead. And let's take a look at the game of Ulviyya against Gyunay Mamadzada, where we are talking about the smell of the draw. And now I think it's not necessary even to talk about that. We can just feel it and we can see it. It's just a draw, just a draw. Nothing else. Not mutual play, not equal, but it's just a draw.
We have a suggestion in our chat that we should just go briefly through Mai Narva and the game on fifth board, as some knight h3 could happen a bit earlier. Just nice to take a look and to see. Knight was on f4, so the moment, yeah, knight c4, Knight h3, knight f2, knight h3, and
This is Elizaveta with black. And she
Yes.
had knight h3 check here. Wow, amazing. That's from the book again. So the point is that, oh, actually it's not so difficult move, yeah? Because,
not?
Because in the on the simple g takes h3 it follows also the simple rook takes f3 with a big advantage because of the horrible pawn structure on the king side and the safety of the king. And if white plays, okay, on king h1, there is definitely knight takes f2, just pawn up. And in case of king f1, then there is e takes d4. And if white takes on d4, then there is knight takes d4. Game over. It is just a game over. Wow, what is that? So many errors today, Sandra. So many errors we have.
It's the kind of day.
Yeah.
Actually, from here, I cannot...
Yesterday it was not like that.
It wasn't like that. For us, of course, and for followers, it's as more batters, it's more as more errors. It's more interesting to analyze
Sure.
and to
So
talk
knight
about.
h3, yes,
But
knight
for
h3.
players, of course, it can be very painful to miss opportunities.
So we have a lot of potential guests today to talk about. To talk
Yes.
about their games. Knight h3 is kind of simple move, but no, going back. Take. Even here, oh wait a sec, what's going on? Even here, rook takes f3 was very strong. Wow, that's even more nice. Rook takes f3 and then d5. Yes, that's a huge compensation. Instead of that, black captures on e5, rook d1, queen c8, and now white is clearly better. White has a big advantage. Yeah, just a big advantage. Instead of having it opposite, now white has a big advantage. Okay, Ulviyya Fataliyeva against Anna Maya. Ulviyya Fataliyeva having an advantage, and how it happened, let's take a look. That's clear. So first of all, we are considering this, right? Take. We are considering bishop e7 here, but bishop c5, okay, it shouldn't be so bad a move. Bishop e4 and queen d6, no, queen has to stay on c4. After queen d6, just queen c3, yes, and now black is in a big troubles. Queen b3 and queen b6, c3, correct. Now bishop goes, does not matter where, I will just take on b6 or even on b7 first. I mean, now it's a different position. Now I will take that pawn, and I will be just a pawn up in the end game. Just a pawn up, yes, because on rook b8, for example, it's just bishop c6. You know,
Decisive pawn up.
for free.
For free.
For free. So after c3, she's thinking. Anna Maya is thinking after c3, but does not matter where the bishop goes, I'm just taking on b6. And then taking on b7 and just pawn up. So it seems like Ulviyya will win this game. She will not miss that advantage. Mai Narva we already know, and Olga Zimina against Ushenina. Let's take a look what happened here after knight e2 and taking on h4. b4, I think there was no time for b4 at all. This is already the nerves, disappointment, upset after such a big blunder, and then something like b4 and
Let's
facing
give
b5.
at least one check.
Yeah. Facing b5, which is a very strong move. The next was knight c5, take on c4 and queen a4 check. I'm not sure about taking on c4. Why not to end up the game as we started it? Just h4 and attack the king.
There are no defenders around king side, so...
Yes, and queen g5 is also coming.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
point of b5 was, of course, bishop b7, which was stopped by knight c5.
c5, yes. But on the same time, knight on e4 was doing the job that's supporting g3 pawn and g5 square. So it is very logical. Knight leaves that place, so use that immediately. No, Anna captured on c4, and after queen a4 check, she played queen f8, rook h1, and okay, at least now h4. Of course, black has still the decisive advantage, But when we have best moves there, it is better to do them. So now for black h4 also keeps a huge advantage. Next, board number 7, we have Alicia Slivichka against Meri Arabidze. Meri Arabidze is slightly better here as she has quite solid position with black. I like that position because there is no counterplay connected to the d7 pawn. It is well protected, and on the same time f4 square and f4 pawn is a problem for white always. So Meri will press here as much as possible. She will not be agree, of course, on draw, even if she is with black colors, because black's position is more promising. Next we have Dinara Wagner, which equalized the position, by the way.
Wow. Okay,
Yes,
it wasn't
she
so easy
equalized.
after
It was
Sofia
not,
decided
it
to
was
give
not,
a bishop
yes.
for a knight on e4 instead of keeping the bishop on g6.
Yes.
If engine
we
shows that
mentioned
it's almost equal and you are you have
Something
material
down, yeah.
disadvantage, then it means that actually it's
You are okay.
yeah, you are okay. You're fine.
So knight e7, and after knight e5, it's not even the engine does not show that black has anything, so it means that white has something. Queen d3 was a bad move. Instead of queen d3, it was extremely necessary to play queen c3. And why? Because on queen d3, black has a very strong rook a d8.
Which is kind of logical, threatening bishop e5 and
c5 on the same time.
exactly.
Yeah, because on queen c3 now there will be c5. T takes c5, knight g5, and here we are. Let's see who has the initiative now. Yeah, bishop takes e5. Also, then we can say bishop takes e5 is exactly the bad move. T takes e7, queen e7. Now white has a lot of options. The best seems to me to play rook f4 to attack that knight, and in case of knight g7, just to play queen e4.
Both of players around 20 minutes till the 40th move.
Yes. Okay, this is a position for now, queen e7, and Dinara is thinking, so we're suggesting rook f4 here. Next we have Laura Unuk against Elina Danielian. The mutual game, mutual play. Black has the passed pawn on c file, but it does not create any big troubles. White can play even knight h6 immediately, and on g takes h6, just capture on f6. On c4, play f4 and f5 later. Mutual play, but not equal, definitely not equal. In this game, anything could happen. This is very unclear and complicated position. Next, we have Elin Roberts against Inga Charhalashvili. And this is a position. Of course, pair of the bishops are powerful, but on the same time, black also has a solid position. It will be very difficult to break through. And nothing concrete. Nothing concrete here. Queen e5 is possible to play. And it's a little bit difficult to find out the move and the plan for white to improve. It's actually difficult. We don't know what to suggest. Maybe a step by step, like bishop c4, on h6, just play queen d3 to attack the d4 pawn, but I'm not sure we can take it because there will be some counterplay with the queen g3 and the very unpleasant pin here. Okay, let's see, but that bishop c4 and queen d3 seems like an interesting idea to at least create the threat of taking that pawn on d4. Definitely white's position is more promising, and let's see if Elin Roberts could convert it to the advantage. But that will not happen soon. That's something in the future. Next we have Sabrina Vega against Josephine Safarli, the master of the draws. And today, let's see if today she also will do the draw. It will be a little bit difficult target for her today, but I'm sure she does her best. So the problem is that black could not touch this queen, because after that white is just clearly pawn up, let's say so, because these double pawns makes no sense at all, and the white has a big advantage. It means that the black would not touch this queen. So then what to do? Just tell me the move, please. Yes, we have to do something with the black, or just to stay. If the black just stays, then white could push g4, h4 and press on the king side. So actually Sabrina Vega has here a very comfortable position, risk-free, and just pressing wherever and whenever and however you like. Okay, it's about the techniques, if she could convert it to the victory. So let's see. Let's see, they don't have a time trouble or so on, so they can quietly continue playing that game.
Should we switch to the second board for a moment?
Let's go to the second board.
Because it happened what you predicted and we were talking about, but I'm afraid that this doesn't work well for black. And
it means that Golena is winning.
Golena is winning.
Rook d2. She has to do rook d2 move.
It's the only move.
No, actually there is rook dg1 also, surprisingly. There is rook dg1 and there is
no... to run.
And run, chicken run. Yeah, there is no checkmate.
Run.
There is no checkmate. There is no checkmate there. As on queen takes b2, there is just king d1. And on the next check, I will just block with the knight. And white is good. On the same time, rook up. Otherwise, if not check, then actually, you know, I don't mind of rook dg1 at all. Rook d2 obviously is better move. Actually, rook d2 is just ending up the game. Okay, what am I talking about? Rook d2, and the game is over, because queen a1 check, just king c2, queen b2 check, and king d1. Queen b1 check, knight c1. Bishop a3, and just king e2. So we have another option of having the guest here, and this is Golena.
Exactly. We'll give our best if she wins the game. But sometimes, you know, players, they just want to go to their room to rest a bit.
Mostly after the long game.
Mostly after the long game. Some of them are superstitious. So it's not so easy to bring guests, but we will give our best.
Definitely. So queen e6, and the problem is that on knight takes e3, there is queen takes e5 check. And in case of knight takes d2, then anyway queen e5 check, and when the king goes, then bishop takes d2, and bishop c1 is just unstoppable. So it means that Golena has a perfect... Golena has 3.5 points, right? Has to be. Has to be with 3.5 points.
Yes, 3.5 points. The only draw was yesterday against Ulviyya Fataliyeva.
She's doing a good tournament, or not? I don't remember the first rounds of her. Was she with the stronger players, or I think she was not? She
played the second and third round against stronger player according to the rating. So Sopiko Khukhashvili, yes, and Jana Schneider. And then, as we mentioned, Ulviyya Fataliyeva, yesterday's draw, and today, very tough game, very experienced chess player, Nurgyul, who
Salimova, yes,
reached the final also of the World Cup, so...
What a strange decision from Nurgyul to play queen a5 here, so strange decision. Yeah, but okay, we have what we have. She didn't play rook dg1, she is thinking here. She is still thinking, and actually why not? She has 26 minutes on the clock. She can easily think about even 10 more minutes. Let's try to find out something else. And here we have another up and down situation between Elmira Mirzoeva and Anastasia Natishin. Let's see what happened here. Castle, rook. F5, dear chess friends. Okay, a very strange move. Well, we are talking about the smart queen f2 to attack the c5 pawn, but also as an option we are considering c3, which seems absolutely good for white. Instead of that, unfortunately for her, Elmira played f5, which is not good at all, and after take, and if we take back, then after knight d4, black is even much better. So it means that she will play bishop g5. That could be her original idea. But the problem is knight d4. I mean, I understand that the point of f5 is the tactical thing, to play bishop g5 and to gain the exchange. But there is always the question, then, what's going on then when we win that material? Knight d4,
Queen f2,
queen f2 and f4. I like the black's position too much here, just too much.
Yes, but this is the game where they are not listening to us.
They are not listening.
Yes, we like this position, but I'm not sure, Anastasia, what she will do in next few moves. Something strange is happening. We cannot guess.
Yes, I have to
their
refresh.
moves. Please refresh. Maybe we should also refresh.
And here we are. Here we are. She played f4. Definitely she will. No, wait a sec. She did not play knight d4. She played f4 immediately, which is also possible because that knight d4 is not running anywhere.
Well,
in case of bishop takes d8, we can take even with the queen to move the queen to the king side.
but on b6, like, I don't know. Still, there are some threats, maybe at some point c4, maybe queen b2.
The
maybe
problem is that if we capture with the rook, there is some very unpleasant queen e4. Very unpleasant. Now h7 pawn is hanging, and if we play rook
the main
h8,
target.
then they can be on time to support everything.
F3. Exactly. Taking the pawn on b2, I guess, doesn't work well for black, exactly, because of the b file. We don't want to open the b file.
Okay, so let's take a look after f4 what white will do. I think she will take on d8. What else? Maybe some other intermediate move like rook f2. Maybe. Let's see. We could not guess much in this game because it is too much up and down things happening. Next board, and yes, here we have rook d2. So well done, Gulenai. She's winning the game. That's a big achievement in this tournament to win versus Nurgyul. That's definitely the thing that everybody wants to hand. We see Nurgyul on our screen, which is completely upset. Let's say that, yeah. A very strange queen a5, and she lost the absolutely normal position in 2 moves. Very strange queen a5. Yeah, it's so upsetting.
I'm not surprised that she's upset. No, she's not thinking about the position, you know?
Yeah.
She's just talking with herself, like, why you
punishing
did this?
herself.
Exactly. Punishment starts right now.
So
even
she's saying to herself, okay, no chocolates today.
That would be my punishment. Not sure for...
Actually, I love to see even Gulina in our studio, because she's doing an excellent tournament.
Yes, she's doing brilliant.
Let's see. Olivia Kiolbasa, again, with Gyuna Imamadzada, the game again smells as a draw, and we have absolutely equal position. The only thing is that the pawn on h7 is hanging, but it's not like a big deal. Black has a lot of opportunities to continue. First of all, bishop f5, supporting everything. Even a5 makes sense, which is quite clever move. In case of rook takes h7, there will be a4. knight c5, bishop takes a2, knight takes a4, and knight e5, a very strong move. Knight c5, then just take on f3, g takes f3, and rook f6. It will be an easy draw. Rook h3, bishop d5, knight e4, just take on e4, and rook f4. Black is not even worse here, yeah? Just a simple draw. Okay, so it was actually draw from the beginning, and it is still the draw. Let's go to Ulviyya's game, where she just pawn up, technically winning position. I don't think that Ulviyya will miss this chance, as she does not love to miss it, and actually nobody loves, but she is the one who gonna use that, I am sure in that. Mai Narva is having a good position after missing some tactical moves like knight h3 that we are already considering. Now white is just dominating, and I think Mai Narva also has an excellent chance to win this game. The position is actually with advantage. The only thing that we have to consider here if knight a5 works. So knight a5, and b6. Just pay our attention on that. But we could just play bishop a3, I think. Yeah, this and queen c4. Just taking back the pawn. Or if queen c8, then the black queen is absolutely stuck, and we can continue with a move like h4, pressing the knight also. Yeah, sacrificing that pawn is absolutely okay, but I think black still has to do that, but not. They did another passive move. They played knight d8. No, that's definitely, you know, you can play for next 50 moves, but if you will do the moves like that, then you will lose for sure, even in 50 or even in 100 moves. So it's better to create some counterplay to make it complicated, and if your opponent does everything correctly, let's lose in 5 moves, but let's get the chance, yeah, because with the moves like knight d8, I don't think that the black could create any counterplay ever. I understand that the point of knight d8, it's not like going back and be passive. No, the point is to activate the queen. Queen wants to go on c6, but what's so big deal? What is so big there to play queen c6 when after knight e1, queen c6, knight d3, and that queen on c6 is losing its point. I mean, there's nothing happening.
Nothing is happening.
Okay, so as I see again, we have again up and down thing here. Sorry, what? Wait, maybe it's a mouse slip. Yeah, white we are taking on d8, and suddenly they put it on f6.
This is really unexpected move.
I mean,
but
what
bishop is on f6, we can see on our screen.
Wait.
And
yes, but just knight
Stasia
d4,
is thinking,
right?
I guess she's also surprised. Knight has to come to d4 at some point of the game, and most probably it would be the best now. It's very logical move, and there are no threats on the diagonal as queen protects b7, so I don't understand why she's delaying with this decision of knight d4.
We understand that she can take any time on d8, but we are just asking what more that bishop can do than take on d8 now or later. So if there is nothing better than why to waste a move and play bishop f6 and give to the opponent a chance to play knight d4, then was not it better with the same idea just to do c3? And on rook g8, then just take on d8, because after bishop f6, I'm afraid too much with knight d4. So what I see here, first what comes to my head, I don't like this, king h2 and c4 check. King takes e2, queen e3 check.
And
King
bishop
d1, bishop g4 also possible, but this is just...
First e4, very important
kills.
move. Anastasia just made a move, and I think there is no knight on d4.
Rook e6 also possible.
So rook e6.
Also possible. Forcing the white to capture on d8.
And then she will capture with the queen, I guess.
Or king.
Or
Even king is possible. That was also possible. I mean, okay, anyway, if you are taking on f6, I'm just repeating the same. If you are taking on d8, then first take on d8, yeah? Because bishop f6, rook e6 is a planned move. That's a good move that the black should do, even after bishop takes d8. So white just lost the time with bishop f6. And what's now? Not take on and just continue with g5? I don't think so.
And then knight d4 maybe. Maybe.
Yes, but g5 makes no sense. Yeah, what's the point of
no
keeping
sense.
that bishop on f6? Then what?
Then I
that
can even
bishop?
sacrifice later this rook from
If I
e6
want,
to
so.
f6 and then to come to g8 and knight
If I
d4,
want,
bishop
so.
c6 and to
Yeah, very
and all the
strange.
pawns to pick up from sixth
I
rank.
think now she realized. Look at her, she's a little bit disappointed. Now she realized that she anyway has to take on d8. And she just gave as a gift that rook e6, extra tempo for black. And Anastasia is satisfied with her position. That's easy to see. Also pay our attention that Anastasia has 18 minutes when the opponent has 6 minutes and 20 moves to do. So Elmira has to do 20 moves in 6 minutes.
So preparation was good of Elmira, yes.
Preparation was good.
It worked great,
It worked.
but the problem is when you start, you have a very good run of the tournament, then you start to try to find some dubious strategies, brilliant moves, you
And
don't
she
play
did
the
not
most
take on
logical
d8.
moves. Well, did she play g5
Yeah,
then?
she played g5 and rook g8.
Exactly, and rook f6 is in the air. in
Game
many-
over.
And game over.
Game over.
Anastasia played rook g8 very
Yes,
fast.
very fast.
So
Okay, so as we see, time by time, the time troubles also started. A little of time troubles has started. Ulviyya Fataliyeva is in a completely winning position. She will, as I already mentioned multiple times, she will not miss that. Gulena is winning again with rook d2. It was queen a4 check, and here it is very simple to play king b1, and I think Nurgyul will just resign here. It's like game over.
So situation is on the first board, most probably Anastasia. I don't know if I can
That
say like
nobody
that.
knows. Yeah, that nobody
That
knows.
no one knows, but she has a better time and she has much better position now after king h2, which was played.
And psychological advantage also. She felt like something was wrong, and now she feels that something is very good.
About Nurgyul's position, I don't have to say anything. We saw her on the screen,
Yes,
and
we
she
can
is
see
very
that.
disappointed.
So, I suggest to do another short break now to be on time for time troubles, Sandra. So, dear chess friends and viewers, stay with us. We will be back soon. Hello everybody, and we are back from the Batumi, Georgia Women European Championship, and we have round number 5, and we have time troubles. This is me, Valerie, and Sandra. So we go to the games immediately, right? So
we
have
don't
the
have time
and they also don't have time,
Yeah.
the players. So the first board here. Anastasia Natishin has absolutely winning position. The last move was Queen C7. No, wait a sec. Yes, b takes c5 and queen c7. So the point is that white could not capture on f3, does not matter with what, because it will be the discover check. And even here after bishop e3, e4 discover check is just kind of ending up the game, as the move could not go anywhere on the good place, as on h1 there will be queen g3 and the end. And this is the end. So bishop takes e6, queen g2 checkmate. Here we are. Okay, let's see if she will play, or she played already. Yes, she played or not. No, I don't. Yes, I have it already. e4. Anastasia played e4, so the position is absolutely. I think we're gonna have the handshake here. Not yet. King h1, then queen g3, the last move to do. Rook f6 is also possible, by the way. Rook e f6 also winning, as on bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, and g takes f6. There is a checkmate on f6.
But she played queen g3.
She played queen g3, yes.
Yes.
She played queen g3. And it seems like game is over. It's actually over.
We are just waiting for handshake and...
Yeah, that's 30 seconds also for Elmira. She started very well this game, but later she made a lot of mistakes. Rook takes f3, e takes f3. Unfortunately, nothing is changing with it. White is just rook down. On the same time of everything, they are also missing the rook. Queen takes f3, also possible move, but white to take with the queen. Actually, yes, the point is to play queen g4 here. Now I understand, but even here, rook e1 is just ending up immediately. So I think we have another move, right? I will refresh the screen. Yes, she took on f3 with the pawn. I'm talking about Anastasia. Oh, you see the accuracy of Elmira is just very, very low. The accuracy is 71.5%. This is very low for the standard game. It is quite low percentage.
It wasn't her day.
It was not her day, definitely. She was doing a very strange chess today. Bishop f6, it was just an amazing move. So she played bishop f1 here. So here is a checkmate after f2. Even after rook e2 is a check. Rook e2 is a best. And brilliant. No, she captured on f6, also possible. Yes, white could not capture because of the checkmate on g1. So now black is rook and the knight up. And handshake.
We see handshake.
We congratulations to Anastasia, the leader, with the 5 points out of 5. And she will be mostly with the white colors on the next game. And you know, few more victories. And that's it. The job is in the pocket.
What a brilliant run so far.
Yes.
Of Anastasia. Congratulations.
Amazing one. On the same time, Gulina is absolutely winning. I think the handshake here is not far away also, as it seems like there is nothing much to play at all. It is just hopeless position. So white just captures on c1, and I think the handshake is there here. Yes. There is, yes, and there we see on the face of Nurgyul that she is already ready to resign and keep the reality. What else to do? The else that she can do for now is just to prepare for the next games. And yes, that's a long distance tournament. What could we say for her? That's a long distance tournament, and she gonna have the chances to get the top places for sure. I believe in that. I understand that it is very upset to lose like that. Yes, one move, queen a5, and that's it. The game is lost without fighting. There is nothing to do. Now white is thinking, so definitely white will capture on c1. Why not? Rook takes c1 and just piece up. Just piece up. And if we talk about the safety of the king also, it's not a fact at all. And here we are, rook c1. And I think here she will stop the clock. No, she continues with rook g5 check. King h2, for example, or even king f1 is possible. I think king h2 is a move that she will do, and that's it. That's it. Okay, let's stay for a while on this game, as I think connected to the phase that Nurgyul has. She already realized everything, and she's kind of okay. What to do? What to do?
Well, not okay, but what to do?
Yeah. in first part, okay, yes, I agree.
Yes.
It's very difficult to agree that it is okay, but we have what we have. The
So
problem
Aydin is
is
20
culinary.
years old,
Yes.
and she will have 4.5 out of 5, and we have a leader of this tournament, just 15 years old, Anastasia.
That's
who will have,
amazing.
so it's amazing. I'm very happy to see that youngsters are doing so
Yes.
well. At the actually, it's not even start. We are coming to the middle of the tournament,
Yes, you are right.
5th round, and
You are right. Okay, let's take a quick look at other boards. On the third board, Ulviyya Kolbasa managed to win that game that we were talking that smells of draw the whole game. Now she is absolutely winning. She is pawn up, and technically, okay, absolutely winning technically. There will be some issues, but technically she is winning. Next board, let's go ahead. Okay, it was king b7, rook d6 could be done, and everything is okay. So let's go to the next game. Ulviyya Fataliyeva almost won the game that we predict. Then Mai Narva is somehow in troubles. This is also very up and down game. What happened
see,
here?
knight d8 was actually
what?
good
Bishop?
choice.
No, bishop a7. It's something from I don't know what. Yeah, just a simple knight e1, as we said, knight e1, and then knight d3.
But
Oh, sorry,
bishop
not
is-
here. Here, instead of h4, knight e1, and on queen c6, just knight d3. And I think I improved my knight more than the black improved their queen. Okay, but we had what we had. She played h4, then she played bishop a7, which is absolutely unnecessary move, and on rook a8, h5. And then just go back and gave the pawn. That's a little bit strange. Yeah? Just pawn down. Just pawn down, and then another pawn also gone. Bishop on a3, and okay, that bishop did too many moves, you know. Bishop a7, bishop a3, bishop c5, bishop a3, and for that moment black was just collecting the pawns, and black is 2 pawns up.
Yes, and we see on the screen that Bivol just won her game.
Bivol won her game.
Yes.
Yes, she had a big advantage. Okay, Olga Zimina against Ushenina. Oh, I thought that the game should be over much earlier, but it did not happen like that. Wait, was not it? It is that game that was completely winning, no?
It is.
Okay, let's go a little bit back.
It would be interesting to see how they enter to this position from the last position we actually
Yeah.
saw with.
So this we saw, rook h1, bishop b7, h4 has to be done. Okay, bishop b7, take queen d5, and take on b. Okay, now it's clear, and the game just started. Queen c5, king g8, queen f2, take on d2, take on b4 is a bad move. Instead of that, black has to play just rook d8, which is so obvious, but Anna decided to capture another pawn and gave some chances to white. It's 2 pawns gone suddenly. 2 black pawns gone.
So black is now just pawn up. Okay,
Yeah,
black
pawn
also
up,
has positional advantage. It's not
Yes,
just
yes, but I
pawn
don't
up,
like
but
the rook on h8. You
from
know?
the position where was almost game over.
Yes.
Now we are far away
everything
of
could
handshake.
happen. By the way, here everything could happen.
Time trouble. How
Time
many
trouble.
moves? till
Actually,
the-
not a big time trouble.
Okay, just 7 moves
7 moves, yes.
till
it's
the
not
time
like-
control.
It's like, okay. Then we have Alicia Slivichka against Meri Arabidze, and I was saying exactly about that the Meri will press as much as possible in that position, and now she is completely winning. Dinara Wagner also missed something, and the rook on h4 got stuck. It seems like black has some chances to win this game. As there is no queens anymore on the board, where black feels much better, mostly the black's king feels much better. Also, there is only 2 pawns now for the knight, which gives the advantage to black. So, what to suggest for black? Maybe step by step to improve, like rook d6, later to play knight d5, or on the same time maybe somewhere else, but knight d5, and supported the knight to play on e6. Okay, let's take a quick look at other games also. Laura Unuk is losing her game. Against Elina Danielian after the simple king f8. Black is technically winning. Next board we have Eileen Roberts, who is absolutely winning position. Yes, this is absolutely winning. So those pair of the bishops, as you see, are dominating. The pair of the bishops are dominating and just winning the game. Sabina Vega is also, as we said, she just improved her king, and black could not touch anything there. So it means that Sabrina has a very good chances to win. Okay, let's go to the first board again, where second board. Yes, here we are, Gulenai against Nurgyul. So what happened here was king h2, queen f5, rook f1, okay, and queen g2, why not? Now she has the rights to do like that. Queen d3. Knight g3, most obvious. Yeah, most obvious. Finally, we can use that extra piece, so it is so obvious move. I think the response will be immediate now. But
You never know. You never know.
yeah, there is a but always. Knight g3. After knight g3, okay, the position was absolutely winning until now also, but still some holes, but when all of white pieces will start working, then there will be nothing to play. So let's see. Let's see, she's still thinking on knight g3. So let's see what happens there. She did it. She did knight g3. And now we have a feeling. No, she continues. Nurgyul continues. Stubbornly continues. Rook h4. Now I think d takes e5 will be on the board soon, to opening up some files. And she's going to play that. So the point is d takes e5, f takes e5, and then just simple rook e1. In case of queen takes e3, just rook e2 to mobilize all pieces, and then move with the queen anywhere like d5, e4, and just end up the game. So I think she will capture, or what did she do? I missed that moment, which I have to refresh. Just a sec. Yes, she captured, so now me and Gulenai are doing the same moves.
Congratulations to you.
To Gulenai. Congratulations of a very important achievement. You know, today's victory is, I'm sure, it is one of the best in her chess career for now. Yeah, because she's winning She is beating a very important, very strong, very experienced chess player. The former champion, right? Nurgyul Salimova.
No.
She won.
Ignaz was
Wait,
European.
Nurgyul Salimova won something. Or I
She was playing. She reached the final
Ah,
of
no,
World.
Ignaz. Sorry,
Ignaz,
sorry.
yes, yes.
Yeah. I
Ignaz,
missed that. Yeah.
Ignaz,
That was
she
Ignaz.
doesn't play this year, but she was the former European
Ignaz,
champion.
yes, you are right.
Champion.
You are right. And the next move for Gulinai, we suggest rook e1. But on the same time, of course, she can do even queen c6. So what did she do? She did queen c6, yes. She did queen c6. And now that's it. Now, no, I wanted to say that she will stop the clock, but no, she is not doing that. She played g5. What to do with the white? We can do queen e8 check. On king b7 we can do queen e7 check. Where the king goes now? On c8 maybe. Then queen c5 check. And on king b7 to play rook a1, to enter in the game with the rook. And to end up the game like that. Yes, let's see what she did. Yes, she did queen e8 check. King b7. They passed the time control. Yeah, by the way, also a very bad percentage for Nurgyul Salimova, 87.9. Okay, I don't know to go to another board or to stay here, because she has to resign long ago and I just want to see that moment.
And we are waiting, but
We're waiting,
it's not
but,
happening.
It's not happening and she continues playing, so let's try to take a look at other games. And here something amazing happened. Ulviyya Kiolbasa blundered the pawn, or what was there. Now we will check it. They are in the huge side note, the time trouble. So that was the position that we were talking about, which is technically winning. And knight f5. Oh, what a huge mistake. Instead of that, just king e3 on rook f1, king e2. And just continue playing like that, yeah, because taking on f5 automatically is giving the b3 pawn, and now of course it is almost impossible to win this game. I understand that she got another pawn, but there is bishop d1 and it is very difficult to improve here. It's very difficult. So for example, rook e5 and then just king b6. Yeah, maybe that was her hope, that she thinks that it is completely winning, but actually it's not like that at all. Those pawns are very difficult to improve and move ahead, but it will be a very long game. Okay, I understand actually Ulviyya's decision. She is gaining the pawn on the queen side, and she just went in the time trouble, she just went on this line. Here Ulviyya is completely winning. Mai Narva improved her position and now she has the full compensation for 2 pawns. Anna Ushenina is also making some strange moves, and now she is only slightly better, nothing much. Meri Arabidze is winning. Okay, Dinara, let's take a look at Dinara. What is Dinara doing against Sofia Pogorelskih? This is a position which is also very complicated. Let's take a look at that. King g8. Ah, they are repeating the moves. Yes, she catch her on the perpetual check. So the point is that now rook h8 checkmate is hanging. That's why king g8 has to be done. And after bishop h7, king f7 does not make any big sense, because anyway the perpetual check. So it's gonna end to draw. That's already the fact. Let's go back again to second board, where we have this position. the dancing king in the center, so rook a1 has to be done now or later. Queen e6 check for more safety also possible, but here I think Nurgyul will be agree or not, who knows. No, she will not be agree with trading because there is knight f5 fork, so queen d6 makes no sense. Then queen e6 check, definitely queen to make safe the h3 pawn also. And when the king goes, where it goes, that's also the question. If it goes on b7, then we can simply play rook a1. Rook a1 is just necessary to play once, and then that's it with the queen and the rook. The position will be, with the queen and the rook in attack, the position will be done immediately. But she is taking her time. She has plenty of the time, so no worries about that. They pass the control. They are even looking around where we have the result. Dinara, yes, Dinara ended up with draw. That we already said that it was very close to draw. So that was the obvious result actually, what they did right now. Let's go to Ulviyya Kiolbasa, which is again up and down, and Ulviyya now having the advantage again. Rook a2 was a bad move. Instead of rook a2, it was much better to play bishop b3, for example. It was much better to play bishop b3 instead of that rook a2. And after rook a2, white has a chance to improve their king and move to c4. After moving to their pawns, they have a good chances to win this game. So they already passed the time control, so they are good. No worries. Okay, where else do we have time trial? Ulviyya Fataliyeva ended up her game.
As expected.
Yes, she won the game. It was actually expected. I completely agree. She was doing very well, so the result is there also. So I think we passed the time troubles. Just take a look at the results. First board we already know. Anastasia Natishin won with the black colors against Elmira Mirzoeva. Ulviyya Fataliyeva won versus Anna Maya Kazarian. And we have some results also. Dinara Wagner, Sofia Pogorelskih draw. Laura Unuk won versus Elina Danielian. And Aline Roberts also won against Inga Charhalashvili. Let's take a look at Laura Unuk. What happened here? There are some tricky things was happening. The position was good for black. We even said that it is winning. We said that it is... Oh... Yeah, we said here king f8. We said here king f8, and definitely the position is just technically winning. I mean, no threats to the black king, and that c2 pawn is a beast. So knight g4, and after simplest queen g3, that's it.
Incredible.
That's a little bit crazy.
And king f8 doesn't work because it's checkmate, so
yeah,
there is no space for the king
f8
to
or king h8. There will be queen b8
run from the g file. So after
crazy.
queen g3, game over. Just one move, and
yeah, okay. And here white just won. So we have no more choice than to go back to Gulenai. Mai Narva improved. Yes, we said she improved as she's only one pawn down and has a very strong pieces. So I don't think here Yelizaveta has any chances to win this game with the black. So Mai Narva is good here. She is good here. At least she is not risking to lose. Okay, here we have Olga Zimina against Anna Ushenina. Anna Ushenina is still pawn up, but compared to what she had a while ago, this is maybe not even the half or even 10% of the advantage. And here we have the handshake on the first board. That means that Gulenai win the game. She wins the game. Yes, yes. some upset, but again, this is live, this is sports, and it is happening.
Okay. Let's hope that we can bring Gulenay to our studio so we can share together her impressions and to analyze this game, as there are things to be said about this game. She really played. What is the percentage of this game? She had like
just a sec.
97 or something like that.
No, 95.
95.
95
Okay,
in the end. Yes. So okay. We have what we have. Gulenay won her game.
Yes.
Maybe she will.
Maybe she will accept the invitation. But
okay, we continue. We continue with the third board. Here is Ulviyya Fataliyeva having this position. They just passed the time control, and the last move of the time control was rook a2, which is the mistake, allows white to play king c4 and go closer to their pawns. So one more time I will remind you that the point of bishop b3 was exactly that the white could not improve easily here. And bishop b3 was a strong move, promising the draw for black. But now we have what we have. Again, I have to repeat these words, and she continues fighting. But Ulviyya has excellent chances to win this game. Mai Narva, let's go deeper in this position. So they also just ended up the time control. It is black to move, and it's not easy to play. It's not the black has to be accurate. They have to be super accurate here. I think the best move could be a5 and g4, queen g5 and f3. To play like that, as rook d2 or queen d2 check is not dangerous at all. I will put the white king on h3, and on the same time the back rank problem will be for black also. So it will be a very complicated and a long game. Let them play and find out who is better there and stronger. Anna Ushenina.
maybe after the time troubles, we can actually make a small break, and then maybe we will come back with a new guest.
And maybe we will catch somebody.
Exactly.
Okay, so stay with us and we will be back soon.
Perfect, you won. Hello guys, welcome back, and with me Aydin Gulenay, one of the most promising Turkish youngsters. Welcome and congratulations on your win today. What are your impressions about this tournament so far?
Tournament is going well, and yeah, I think place is great. It's a bit rainy.
It is today, but we had a luck that after the first day when we came and it was raining, actually next 2 or 3 days we had sunny days.
Yes.
So it was nice. Did you have some time to go for a walk, to visit something?
No, actually I didn't.
Yeah, okay, you have a tough tournament. You're probably preparing very much. You have a coach, I guess, of course. I know that in Turkey there is a lot of attention on chess, and you have a lot of like schools, private schools, a lot of trainers, and you all are working a lot. What else I wanted to ask you? So you're young, you're 20 years old, but you are most probably studying, yes?
Yes.
And what was your choice?
It was translating. I am studying.
Yeah. Very nice. But how you handle with all obligations about, like you're traveling, you're playing tournaments, you are working on chess, and then you have to prepare your exams, and then you have, you know, friends, and how you combine all of these things?
Yeah, it's actually not so easy. I don't have much time because of the university. But yeah, I'm trying to do both of them. And yeah, I think I'm mostly studying about chess, not university. Yeah, I want to get better in chess. But university also I'm studying, because why not?
Okay, it's good. So you're like more into chess, but you're still trying, and I'm sure you will be successful in both of that. Maybe now it's time to go through a game, as it was interesting, especially one critical point and part of the game where you had one very interesting move, and I'm just curious if you were considering or not. So, okay, we can start to analyze.
Yeah, this is just opening and all preparation.
So you were not surprised with anything in the opening, yes?
No, I was expecting this opening, actually.
Okay.
King B8, 94. She knew
F5,
it.
take, long castle, and now she made a mistake by playing bishop e7, which looks very logical.
Yes. Actually, I didn't check this move. I remember F5, but I forgot about bishop e7.
It wasn't in your file, but there is a reason.
No, I think it was in my file, but yeah, I just didn't check maybe.
Because we always go straight forward and we look to best options, but bishop e7, obviously it wasn't the best option, and it's because of knight f4, which is really nice move, but it's easy somehow to miss it.
Yeah, I actually didn't see this move. I didn't consider it.
Yeah, like
It's
knight
nice
d6 is a threat, knight g6, black cannot take because of the pin, and at the end of the story, we can also show one more time for followers who weren't here when we analyzed here in the studio. E takes f4, bishop f4, bishop d6, knight d6, of course, rook d6, and then queen g3, very important move. And after rook d8, just queen g6, rook h to d8 to protect, just queen g6. And then later on also h pawn is very dangerous.
Yes.
And there will be two pieces for a rook, but still not enough compensation. I think the best option after knight f4 would be, what would be? Like rook d to g8 either?
This is not so, but okay, she have to play this because...
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
you want to skip knight e6, but
Yes,
also
yes.
to protect. Okay, it seems that your choice was better because you won the game. So we will not complain. Let's see what happened after.
but I actually want to talk about this f5 move because after this, actually, it was so complicated.
Knight g5.
Knight g5, knight c4, and knight e6,
Okay.
and this line.
b3.
And okay, b3. There's some complicated lines like this, knight d4.
Wow. Knight d4,
Yeah,
I didn't expect.
but at the end, it's. I mean, it's okay for both sides. I think. Yeah, machine say slightly better, but
It looks more pleasant for white, I guess.
yeah, but I
But-
think black have a bishop, so yeah, I thought it would not so be easy.
Okay, she wasn't so prepared, so she did not play f5,
Yes.
which worked good for you.
Yeah.
Bishop e7.
Here, I was considering king b1, but
Which
I
is
was-
always useful, but
Yes, I was not so sure because of knight c4, and I didn't want to go back with knight somewhere like here because I just played knight e4 and okay, I don't want to go back with pieces.
I know. That's the problem. Sometimes we should and we have to.
Yeah.
Okay, here that wasn't a case.
So I thought bishop c1 wouldn't be so good for me, but actually machine says it's slightly better here. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like
It was
black
not easy.
doesn't have any problems here and can just continue to improve the pieces. So, did you play knight
So-
c5 at this
Yeah,
point?
I played knight c5.
Engine doesn't like, but this engine, you know, it's different, of course, than human beings sitting over the board, and you have to know how to react. So, knight c5.
Okay, machine also says bishop c5.
Yeah, that bishop c5 is the best.
This doesn't work. Oh.
Maybe you can also
Yeah.
use the mouse, but on this,
Okay.
does it work?
No.
It works just
No,
in
no, it-
hands of my colleague. It's
No, it works.
unbelievable.
Yeah, not so easy to play tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Knight c4. Yeah, actually, what was I thinking? I don't remember well. Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think I thought that this position was okay, so I could just think later after knight c4.
Exactly, just to enter the position and
Yes.
then to try to find out what's happening, and
Yes.
it wasn't any sacrifice or something, so you have to calculate a lot of moves in advance. Okay, it seemed like very logical move, knight c5. What else if not knight c5? What is the suggestion of engine?
Here.
Okay, so after knight c5, Nurgyul decided to
Knight c4.
knight c4.
Yes.
Like to keep this
Okay.
option, but also to improve the knight. So now bishop c5 is obviously.
Okay, I was expecting this move.
She decided like to allow you knight e6, which
Yes, she wants some complicated position, I guess. But yeah, I was thinking queen b6 was complicated, but queen a5, I thought that I should be wet.
we thought it was a bit strange decision from Nurgyul to play queen a5 as... Okay, this position, queen b6 as intermediate move and b3, and it starts to be very sharp and...
Yes. It's not easy,
It's not
actually. I was
easy.
not sure about the position.
Not sure which pieces, for example, I would choose here. That's also a problem. Like, but...
Yeah, I thought maybe knight e3. Okay, Meshin suggests queen a6, but I was calculating this again. And okay, knight e4 now doesn't work. Knight d1.
Okay, knight c6, queen c6.
Okay, now it's okay for me.
And king d1 and...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your pawn up, but
yes.
it would not be easy to convert this advantage. Of course, it's not so big, but still, you are the one who plays this position on win,
Yes.
so it's always much easier for...
Yes, as black, I think, yeah, she wouldn't want to play this, so that's why she tried something like queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5. You were surprised with this move? You didn't expect, probably.
I calculated a bit, actually, but yeah, I thought that she would go queen b6. Okay, knight d8. Now it's just winning for me. Okay.
Now there are two moves, rook d1, which was your choice, and I thought that it's maybe the only move, but suddenly rook d to g1 also works, and then you just run with your king.
Yeah, I didn't consider that.
But okay,
move,
rook
actually.
d2 is a very good move. It's just, it's good to know that still there are two options for white, and there is nothing.
Yes.
So rook d2,
Rook d2 and
queen a1.
yes. Okay, queen b2 also doesn't matter a lot. Winning. King e1. Yeah, black has nothing to do.
Yes. And the realization was also perfect. You just covered some small threads around the king side, and you just continue to...
Yeah.
Okay, very nice win. Just one draw so far against Ulviyya. Actually, yesterday's game was interesting because we were thinking that you are the one who is pressing, and you had slightly better position, and suddenly at some point, like, we are switching from game to game, and we came and we saw it was a draw. Why you made the draw? Did you think it's a good decision and you will have some time to rest? And today, actually today you're supposed to be black, but you're again white, which was also very good for you.
Yes.
But what about yesterday's decision to make a draw?
Yeah, about last position, I was not sure how to improve my game, so yeah, actually...
C4 somehow was maybe the moment
yeah,
when you
C4
pushed
was
the
not the
pawn.
best, and it was rook d1 was just better. But I thought, okay, c4, and now she can't play, if d4, she can't play bishop d5 anymore, so I should go c4. But also this plan, rook d1, then just bishop c3, bishop d2 back, and I can play c4 if I want later.
Exactly. You can leave it for later.
Yes.
That's good. That's good when we have this kind of choices that we see some interesting idea, but we can just keep it for later. A5 pawn was also critical pawn in black's position because she has to pay attention on it.
Yes.
But okay, still it's supposed that was actually very good decision. I guess you're satisfied with the tournament so far, and nothing. I just wish you a best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank
and
you.
to have a nice time. Do you like playing venue?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's very nice.
Yes.
Okay, food. Did you try any dishes like their national Georgian dishes? You didn't. You should. That's just my small advice. Okay, thank you very much, guys. We are going to a small break and then we will come back. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back, dear chess friends. Many thanks to our guest, who was a very lovely person, as I see. And we continue our broadcasting from Georgia, Batumi. This is me, Valerie, and Sandra with you. And we'll go to the games. We have a lot of results already. So as we know, on the first board, Anastasia Hnatishin won, and she is the leader of the tournament, 5 points out of 5. Gulenai was in studio, and she showed us her, actually we can say that a quite good game. She used the mistake of the opponent very well, and she won her game. Then we have Olivia Kyolbasa, which just made a mistake. This was the position, and it was much better to play rook b8 check, as I understood. No, king b4. King b4 is the best move. Rook b2 check, and then king c3. And the black does not have checks. Instead of that, she played a4. And here, black has some extra chance with the rook g8, but I'm not sure of the evaluation of our engine about this position, why it could not be winning for white. How to believe that we could not improve? It's hard to believe. It's very hard to believe. I don't think that rook g8 will be in this game right now. I don't think Yuliia will play rook g8. She will continue with some bishop e6 staying, or difficult to say anything. Yeah, that's why that it is difficult to say anything. Maybe she will play rook g8. And on rook a7 there is there is such a kind of thing. That's nice. King c4 and rook g4 check. So what's going on? It's just a checks. If I go there, then rook g3 check, I get to the rook, I have to get to the rook. Rook g4, king f5, and rook b4. What an unusual position. And it seems like a draw. It seems like a draw. Now rook b5 is hanging. So white has to move rook a8, and there is king b7. Oh, that's a very nice trap, actually. No, now I am on the side of rook g8. Yes, rook g8. But, okay, I worry only about this. It's clear that rook a7 is bad, but I worry about that. Bishop takes g8, and after king b4, I think I will improve this position. I will put my knight on d4 later, and then push c5. And when the king will be on a6, I will push a5 also.
I would think this is winning for white. I would enter to this position,
yes, definitely,
without even thinking, to be honest.
Has to be. That's why I'm saying that rook g8 is very difficult to play in that position with black. It's kind of enormous for human to do here rook g8 with black.
Otherwise, if not rook g8,
then the pawn is coming. Otherwise, it's losing, actually. Yeah. So that's why maybe there is a chance that black will play rook g8. So Yuliia is using her time. She has 13 minutes. Let's go to other boards, which is in progress. Olga Zimina against Anna Ushenina. And what's going on here? It seems like completely... rook c4 is a very strong move. Rook c4 is a very strong move, and then we're double up on c file. So, for example, queen d3 and queen c6. Oops, not queen d6, queen c6. And this is definitely winning because the white king is too weak, and we are just going to the straight attack and winning the game. But the fact is that not only rook c4, but rook c2 is also okay. I mean, Anna just has to find out that knight e3 is a fork, but she also has an option. She has an option like queen b7. And in case of rook b5, there will be queen a7. Attacking that pawn, and white is in trouble again. No, sorry, not attacking that pawn, but knight e3 check
and
is
black
coming.
is in white is in trouble.
Yes. So, okay, let's see. She has an options, but definitely rook c4 or rook c2 is the best options. Rook on c4 or rook on c2. So it seems like she has to win again. Next we have Alicia Slivichka against Meri Arabidze, where the position is absolutely winning. She just played d3, so on rook e8 check it will be king d4. And on king e1, otherwise rook c1 check and d2 is hanging, so king e1 and just rook takes g2. There is actually nothing much to analyze in this position. Black is absolutely winning. Then we have the results that we already announced, and in the end we have Sabrina Vega with this position, which is absolutely winning with 2 extra pawns against Josephine Safarli. Unfortunately, Josephine could not do another draw. And we have board number 12, Alexandra Zhereptsova, with the decisive advantage against Ekaterina Talik. So
Once
F4.
again, great game.
Again, yeah, against a very strong player. So Zhereptsova is doing a very good tournament.
Yesterday, Monica Sochko. Today, potential win against Ekaterina.
She has the options here. She can do rook b6 check or first rook b5. So she's pawn up and she's actually gaining another pawn with rook b5, or just push the f4, which I like most of all, just to create a strong protected passed pawn on f-file. It seems like she's winning. And then we have the results all the way till the end. Okay, let's go back to Gunai's game on the board number 3. This is the most important game that left.
And the moment for the game?
Yes, and the moment, because the other games, Olga Zimina is completely losing against Anna Ushenina. And no, she did not play rook g8. She did not play rook g8. She played rook g4. Okay, I will refresh it. And she played rook g4, which is absolutely losing right now. After a5, that it's just game over. Yes, it's immediately losing. Yeah, it's the bishop on f7 is hanging. There is no king b7 because of this check. And in case of king c6, okay, first of all, king c5 is just a checkmate in 1. And on king c6, there is rook c8. And gaining the piece. It seems like game over immediately. It seems like game over. So, only one move to do, and that's it. The great victory for Ulviyya Kolbasa against a very strong Gunai Mamadzadeh. She has to play a5 to win the game. More than a5, what else to consider? Also, rook b8 check is possible, but after king a5, we have nothing better than rook a8 check and king b6, and definitely a5. a5 is a move, and it is kind of forcing because c4 pawn is hanging. So what did she do? Did she do a5? Let me refresh the screen. I don't have the move yet. Yes, she did a5. She did a5 and that's it. Gunai will realize now the biggest mistake that she did, rook g4. Maybe rook g8 was still losing, but it was the last chance. It was the last chance that she has to do. Now the only move is king c6 to don't lose immediately, as otherwise on king c5 there is rook c8 checkmate, and on king b7 there is rook a7, and then eating the bishop on f7. So only move to delay the game is king c6. Let's say she is using her time. Let's see what she will do. Yeah, unfortunate.
If Ulviyya
but
wins the game, it will be that yesterday's draw between her and Aydin actually worked perfect. Because in that case they would both score 1 point today.
yeah, That's true. That's
But
fact.
we will see.
Let's see. Oh, I don't think that she's actually thinking right now. She's just thinking about, okay, not about the move. She's thinking about something else. And we all know what is that else. That is a disappointment of the game.
Exactly.
What else could be there? Otherwise, you know, if she's thinking about the move, there is nothing to think. After a5, that's the only move to play king c6. And everything is super clear there.
Like, why I played Sicilian today?
Yes. Okay, let her take her time. And what's left there? Let's see if Ushenina... Yes, Ushenina did everything correctly. I don't think she will miss that chance anymore. She played rook c4. Yes, and handshake we have here. Gyunai resigned. Ushenina is winning her game. It's absolutely winning position. And we have Alicia Slivichka against Meri Arabidze, where we're gonna have the handshake also for sure. Yeah, minus plus we have the clear pictures. It's interesting to take a look at Meri Arabidze. She is playing on the board number 7. She's with the black colors against Alicia Slivichka. Alicia is thinking in this moment. It's
About what?
About what? The same that Gyunai was thinking.
About what?
Yeah, it's just an unstoppable checkmate. Rook g1 is a unstoppable checkmate. Yes, maybe they already ended up the game and they don't have the result, as we can't see them in the playing venue. Anyway, let's go to Ushenina's game, just counting the last moves. Knight f4,
Wow.
now she's great.
Nice.
Knight f4 is just amazing. Yeah, it's just giving the checkmate.
Well, checkmate should
Rook
have
h2
been done
check.
30 moves before.
Yeah, rook h2 check, king g5, knight h3 check, king h4, knight f2 check, king g5, queen c1 check, f4 and knight e4 checkmate. It's a forcing
nice
checkmate.
checkmate.
It's a forcing checkmate. Well, let's see. Anna is taking her time. She will definitely see that. And here we are, rook h2. King g5 is an only move. Knight h3 will be next. But she's still taking the time. I mean, she does not have any other move more than knight h3 check, because queen f8 check is coming on the same time. And probably white is winning there, definitely. So knight h3 check is an only move, but
Exactly.
enough to do the checkmate. Okay, so in this position everything is clear, but we can take a look till the end. And here we are, king h4, knight g1 check, king g5, there will be queen c1 check. What about is she thinking? Look at this, white is thinking in this position.
Do you remember when I said that this is
Yes,
the moment
yes.
when I don't really understand how players doesn't just make a move? If it's the only move and it's check, you have to make a move with the king and there is just one square for the king.
Yeah. King, okay. That's clear now.
Okay.
Queen c1 check, only move is f4.
World champion is doing her
Yes,
job.
and handshake.
We saw a handshake.
Congratulations to Anna. Not an easy game.
Exactly.
And
And she
we-
played good. Just
Yes.
it could be better, but
Yes.
she
Let's
still
take a look at Alexandra
did it perfect.
Zherevtsova's game against Ekaterina Atalik, where white is completely winning, but actually there is nothing. There is one more game, Sabrina. That will be a very long game, but you know, hopeless for black. That could be another 100 move, but But the result, I think, is clear. So, what to suggest for a white to make it easier? So, first of all, knight f4 check, as we love to do the checks. And let's move with the knight to g3. That makes sense. So, for example, bishop c2, as the black does not have much to do. Then knight g3, bishop d1, king e3, bishop b3, h5, bishop d1, knight f5. So I just want to trade the h pawn on g pawn, and that's it. It will be just winning, right? So now I'm threatening to play h6, h7. That's why black is forced to play king g8. I'll play h6 anyway. And in case of g6, there will be knight e7. King h7 and knight d5. I'm eating another pawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
2 minutes for Vega.
Yes, but actually, I think that it's not the difficult plan, because that's so obvious. You have to exchange that double pawns. You have to exchange that double pawns. So even if you are doing that on the last seconds, that does not have to be the problem. Also, in the time trouble, the knight is a dangerous one, not the bishop. So Vega is the one who has knight. But maybe she can't see that plan. That could be. If she will push f4, e5, for example, then black could have some chances. Still has to be winning, but why to create any headache? And she did the move. She did knight b4. Knight has to go on f5. From b4 it does not go to f5, but the bishop is tucked now. Yes, bishop on b1 is tucked. King d6. Okay, I like h5 once. We have to play h5 once. Yeah, h5 makes sense. Let's see what Vega decided. Just a quick look at Zhereptsova.
She's progressing.
Yes, it's kind of too easy.
She's on the way to convert, and
it's too easy, too easy. There is nothing to solve. It is very easy. Just push king f4, then push g5, then push f6, and black does not have any counterplay. So it is very easy for Zhereptsova to make the decisions here. Another thing is Sabina Vega. She has to find out that plan. And the time is less and less. Less than 1 minute for now. Less than 1 minute.
The plan will be there even after she doesn't have
She
to...
can do anything.
Exactly.
She can do anything around.
And what we usually miss is when we are in time trouble, we can gain some time just by playing some of moves.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be anything concrete, but you always want to find immediately concrete plan and to continue with that. That's the problem. And now she lost time, and let's hope that actually she found this idea with h5, h6, and...
Yeah, otherwise it will be very difficult to win. It will be actually difficult to win, and she is doing knight d5. Let's see. Let's see if she will easily win this game, or she's gonna have some troubles there. The time is too few. Of course, she has to be with attention, high attention. Okay, let's go back to Alexandra Zhereptsova. Here is actually nothing much to look. Yeah, and to analyze, as we already said, king f4, and okay, king c4 is not changing much, just giving me another move, which is king e4. Some stalemate ideas if there is no rook and h6 pawn on the board, but how to give them, yeah, because on h5 there will be g5, not g takes h5. And some moves we have already there. Let's take a look. She played b3, as I understood. b3 was unnecessary. If she played b3, it was unnecessary. Let's take a look.
She was afraid of what? So
No, not b3. No, that's no. That's another game. This
she
is
actually
Vegas
didn't
game.
make any move. Yes,
Yes,
that's
Vegas game.
move. But okay, what also with Vegas game?
So she is coming to f5. She is coming to f5, and then she will push h6. Now the only move is to do what? King e6 to don't lose g7 pawn, or king e7. On the same time, maybe g6, but g6 then has another problems.
But Alexandra just played b3.
What? Why?
It's just funny because we mentioned and we thought we mixed it, but actually at the end of the story there is b3 on the board at the game Alexandra between Ekaterina Talik.
It was absolutely unnecessary and nothing was hanging. Okay, we understand that it is still winning, but just do king f4 g5 stuff and just end up the game. It's not it's not
either
necessary
king
to
f4
jump around.
And king
Yes,
e5 it's possible.
Yes. b3 is just an extra move delaying the victory. That nothing was hanging there, right?
She wants to. No, I thought to make in Zugzwang like.
King f4 has to be the king f4 g5. It's, I mean, so simple. So simple. Black does not have any counterplay, so she has to play king f4. There is nothing even to think there, yeah, because what else to do? Move the rook from the fifth rank? There is physically no more moves. King f4, here we are. Now black probably will play king d5, and I think g5 will be enough. Take on g5, king takes g5, rook a8 to do some checks, but in that case f6. And in case of rook g8 check, I'll play king f5. On rook g1, I'll play f7. Rook f1 check, king g6. And the end.
And the end.
And
Yes,
the end, yes.
Exactly.
That's it.
Vega found the plan. She played everything properly.
Okay,
Knight
let's go
e3,
to
knight
that.
f5, h5, and she's ready soon to push h6. Exactly.
Yeah, now king
Black
g
has to play king
g8.
g8, as h6, h7 is threat. Because
H6
knight
is a
guards
threat.
g7 square.
So for example, if black plays something like that, h6, and on g6 it will be h7, promoting to a queen. Once these pawns will be traded, then everybody knows then what's going on there. And bishop b3 was in the game, by the way. She left the king on f7. So now they trust us. They trust us.
Well,
so
finally.
yeah, so
I
Vega.
was confused.
I'm completely sure Vega will play h6.
Of course, is the most
because she did
logical.
everything for that. And after h6, the position is completely winning.
And Alexandra, we can see on the screen,
What?
she's still thinking.
Vega did not play h6. She played some move with the king.
Okay, maybe king c5. No.
She went
Actually,
back with the
bishop
king.
d1 there is. So, she wants score sheets. And maybe she was a bit distracted by this. So she just made a move, asked for score sheets, and
then she will continue.
exactly. But it will
But
be a
it
bit different.
It
if,
looks like she's still looking for the plan. She's not sure that pushing h6, but what else to do? I mean, it's such a comfortable thing just to be clearly 2 pawns up. King g8, you see. Now king g8 happened. Now h6 does not work because of g6. You see, you missed the chance. That's it. That knight a7, knight d5 does not work because there is f5. So king e3 was just a horrible move.
And where was the bishop in
On
before
b3.
it came to b3?
a2.
But what is the difference? I don't get it.
About
We were
what?
analyzing this before this
King
h6,
g8
g6,
here.
and
On king
yes.
g8 here it was h6 anyway,
Okay.
and on g6 I have knight e3 and then knight d5, and the knight is protected. I mean, when I play knight
Now
d5,
king
black
is
does
on
not have.
e3. Okay, okay.
I mean, in
I
this
got
position, black does not have f5.
Of course, of
Yeah,
course.
because the knight is protected.
But actually, the
and I
problem
can
is
just
that
push.
knight e3 doesn't exist because king is on e3.
Yes.
So
and
the
knight
idea.
is not protected.
Mhm, thank you, I got it. I was a bit confused because I know bishop is on the same diagonal and nothing.
King f4.
Really
Where does
changed.
king going? Next move, king e3.
Tell us, Vega.
Best move will be king e3. Okay. Now it's time to go king e3 and king d4 back.
Alexandra finally pushed to g5, so she's doing everything correct. A bit slower than we expected, but
Yeah, rook a8, and what we are saying here f6. On the same time, king g6 is also possible, by the way. King g6 also makes sense, why not? There is not that annoying checks even. And it's
yeah, this is
simply
the rook
winning.
endgame where you don't have any hope. Sometimes you just want to enter the rook endgame with pawn down because
Yeah,
it's
but here no
tricky and
counterplay.
hard. Here is no counterplay,
And the game seems like over. Okay, let's go back to Vega, which could not find the winning plan. And for now, jumping around. King e3 has to be done. Without king e3 and king d4, the position will not be winning. The king is doing nothing there, so it has to go back. She has 15 seconds, and she's not going with the king back. She went back with the knight. Oh, it means that she does not have a plan. Bishop b3. Then king has to go back. King f4 was a very bad idea. King has to go on e3 and d4, where it originally stayed. Yeah, few moves ago. It was the perfect moment to play h6. Just a very comfortable moment. 20 seconds on the clock. Now I have some doubt she will win this game at all. No, she's going on g4. It means that she has no plan. She just has no plan. She's just jumping around. Yeah, black can just continue staying with bishop e6. Yeah, just for example, bishop e6. And king has to go on the queen side, because on the king side it's not winning. That's
okay,
it.
now king will go to the queen side.
Are you sure? Because she just went to g4.
Okay, maybe she's gaining some time. She can afford that. That's the good thing from this position.
Yes, but I see
She
that
can
she has
afford
no
it.
plan. For now, she has no plan. Look at her. Looking at the clock, wasting that time that she gained, and just struggling what to play. Yeah, see? Now it will be a chaotic move. f4, yeah. Absolutely wrong way.
Yo, I don't like this.
Absolutely wrong way.
Engine is fine with this move, but I don't like it.
Yeah. Now somehow we have to choose another plan, to put the king on h4, to put the knight on g4, and to push h6 there. That could be our plan. If e4 pawn will not be hanging. e4 pawn could be hanging for that time. Or it could be also to push e5, then f takes e5, and push the king on g5, then knight on e3 and g4, and then h6. That could be the plan. Yes, that's also winning. It seems like that it's also winning. So one more time, just to push e5, f takes e5, f takes e5, and then put the king on g5 and then push h6. That should be winning. Let's take a quick look at Jerebtsova. Alexandra. Yes, that's it. King f7. Rook goes on g3, probably to don't give me the a5
Played king
pawn.
h7.
She played king h7 also.
Which is
Also, yes, even better. We can move the pawn immediately. So on rook g3, we can just move f7. And as in
And okay, rook f3.
rook f3,
King
king g7, check, king f8. Now black can do any of the moves, like for example, okay, rook f3 back, then rook b8. Now I'm threatening to went out with the king, so that's immediately game over. So for example, king d7, and actually rook b6 is a very nice move here. You play rook g3, and maybe it's no, actually let's find out the concrete plan to win the game. So this take on a5, take on b3, and rook a6 check. Does not matter where the king goes, then rook g6, king g7, and game over. Okay, let's go back to Vega.
Yes.
This is a position.
Yes.
So the point is that on e5 there is f takes e5, f takes e5, and
g6. And
That's a
g6.
tricky trap.
Exactly.
Tricky trap.
And the good thing about pawn endgame is that after king, for example, if she keeps, like she keep the bishop on d7 and we go king f3.
What happened in the game?
King f3. Okay, bishop e8.
So what's going on in this pawn's endgame?
There is some h3 later if we need. Either h6, it depends on which side is king. For example,
So
if there
how
are
are you winning
oppositions
here?
in the center, then we have h3 and
What
we
are
can
you
force.
doing? Move. Tell me the move.
Just
Where
a
are you going?
second.
Where are you going with your king?
Here, here, here.
Oh, I see.
Maybe
No?
king, maybe I have h3, some important move. Just a
Yes,
second.
but I will take
Like-
on h5.
Eight.
Maybe this and h6. As on king takes h6, h3 now, king h5, king h5, yes.
And yeah,
This,
king
this.
g6 and to progress with the pawn. And we know king on 6th rank in front
Yeah,
of the
this is
pawn.
just winning.
It has to be winning, so
Yeah,
we
okay.
don't have
and
even to
on
calculate that.
h6, if black captures with the pawn, then we move this way. h5,
Yes.
king e4,
King e4,
h4, h3, and the black is not on time.
king d5, king d6, yes, just on time.
Black is not on time.
But in case king doesn't go to h6 and it goes, for example, to f7 earlier, g8, f7, okay, now we have this
Okay,
position.
let's take a look
Okay,
one more
bishop
time.
f5, e takes, and if king g8, for example, king e4, just
you
to
mean
keep the king,
this?
yes, king e4,
Anyway,
king
this.
f7, okay, but okay, it can be that idea, or I can go to d5 and push h3 and just to enter to e6. So it's important also that, yeah,
The same thing is happening.
yeah.
Okay, so it seems like it was winning with the different options. So what we have now? King f3, bishop e8, knight g3. How to stay with black? So, for example, king h6, king e3, King h7.
King d4.
King h6.
King
King
c5
d5.
or d5 even better.
King h7.
King e6.
And then I just promote the e-pawn.
Exactly.
Then I just
Exactly.
promote. So Josephine is thinking.
Yes.
Let's take a look at Zhereptsova.
It's game over.
Wait, she played rook a8? Oh, I would definitely play rook a6 and rook g6. King goes and just rook g6. Yeah, and then king g7.
Right.
Rook a8 also the same idea. Now king is moving here or there, and that's it. Then the pawn is promoting. So here is game over. Here we're gonna have the handshake. And let's go back to Vega. King g8 was played. Fighting. Josephine is fighting for a draw.
She's a
King e3.
master for a draw.
King f7 should be the next move, or king f8, let's see. King f7. So king d4 has to be done. I mean, it's just time wasting now. I mean, why did you play king f3 and king e3? Just what she needs now, just to do the moves faster, to gain some 2-3 minutes on the clock, then think a little bit and find out the winning plan. If she will spend on each move her 30 seconds, then how to improve? Look at this. And the panic starts. When I understand, when you have less than 10 minutes on the clock, the panic starts, of course.
We just saw handshake.
Yeah, and congratulations to Zhereptsova.
Very good tournament, very stable play.
That's true.
Yesterday's game, she also had better position. She was doing great. At the end, it's very interesting position where she's piece up, but still it was a draw. But today she just continued with full of motivation, and it's huge success, her results so far.
Definitely. So she's doing a very good tournament, by the way, as we see. But what is Vega doing? Vega is thinking.
Vega likes to sit there. It's raining outside. It's perfect time for chess. She just maybe enjoys her time over the board with a bit of
She
tension
did
and
something
stress.
wrong, I think so. E5, yes. She did something wrong. Okay, position has to be winning, that we all understand, but
how?
it has
Now?
to be
How now?
know-how.
Know-how.
Take on E5, then it will be king takes. Wow. I would take with the pawn.
And that's also good.
Everything is good, yes, just to play a little bit faster, that's it. Then put the knight on f4. I mean, it's not necessary to calculate the moves. You have to calculate where to put and what to put. If you calculate each move, of course, it will be a headache, because you are not winning with moves here. You are winning with idea and plan. So, for example, now knight on f4, king on g5. Yeah, this is it. And then h6. This is how white is winning. Then you can do those moves fast. I mean, you can do it super fast, right? King e4, king f4, king g5, you can do in few seconds. Then knight e2 and knight f4 also,
Yeah,
in few seconds, and suddenly you're gonna have 3 minutes on the clock.
Black made a move in meantime. It was Black's turn.
And what I don't like, she looks quite nervous.
Yes.
So what was the last move? Bishop d3, okay. Then knight e4.
It cannot be bad. Ooh.
The position seems like still winning, but yeah, now that's it. Now that's it. Now king goes on g5 and pawn h6. Now it's very simple. So the only chance here, yeah, was bishop d1. That on e6, then your knight is tucked, and I'll play king e7. But how it is? I mean, I don't believe in that stories. No, the engine it's gonna be winning. Yeah, everything is winning actually, you know. So it means that f5 is also winning. So take on e5. Hope now she will not have any issues anymore. Yeah, because the plan is very simple. To put the king on g5, then knight on e5 maybe, or g4 and push h6. Now the position is super comfortable for her. Now she has to come down a little bit. There is no more issues. Everything is super simple. The only thing is here to don't push f-pawn. Just don't push f-pawn. Even there is maybe unclear, but just don't push the f-pawn, and what's left to push the g-pawn. And that's gonna, now she realized that, I think, yeah?
Just don't push f-pawn, yes?
She realized that she is completely winning. King f4. I mean, this is a move, this is a simple strategy. Sometimes, you know, it is so
but
strange
it's different.
From
For example, I'm not saying anything because I'm always in time troubles. And I understand.
So just gain the time. Okay, just
simple,
just create the strategy, you know. Just play whatever you play, you know, king e4, king f4,
but
and
you
just
think
three
maybe,
moves in a row.
Maybe it will be decisive. Which
How
move
it will
order,
be
how...
Black is
I
just
have
staying,
to be on
right?
Vega's side, really.
Just king f4. Come on, please.
Okay, she pushed h4. Do you agree with this move?
Absolutely not.
I knew.
Absolutely
Because
not.
maybe you will need this. Maybe it will be important just to push later. But you see, still
Look
engine bar
look
likes.
at this, Sandra. For example, she decided to play h4, right? Just do h3, h4 in a second. I mean, gain that 30 seconds there. Why to do h4? If you decide to do h4, first do h3 and immediately do h4.
I agree with you. I'm just saying over the board, playing the game, it's completely different.
Yes, I
It is
agree.
completely different.
Yes,
Your
I
brain
agree.
doesn't function like that. You're all over. Your mind, everything is completely stuck at some different universe. You're not thinking by
even
this
f6
logic.
is possible, yeah? Coming out from that logic, who knows? Maybe she will play f6 somewhere. Like knight e4, f6, and be happy that trading that pawn. Or even sacrifice the knight on g7, there will be no chance to lose the game, even if you will be out of the time.
She's maybe tired and her brain just
definitely
doesn't
she's
work
tired.
anymore at this
Definitely
point,
she's
and she's
tired.
giving her best, trying just to delay, you know, move by move, and
Delay to make the decision.
yes.
King f4.
Vega, go,
Here we
Vega.
are. Here we are. She played king f4. Now, king f6, right? Or what? I don't
King
know.
f6 check, and king g5.
Yes, definitely. No, she's moving the bishop on c2.
She's not giving easy move for Vega.
Yes.
As after king f6, she would do
But you
immediate
think
check.
king g5 is so difficult? Ah, maybe
No,
she wants
you
this,
see, she
this,
played immediately.
this, and this. But then this. So what she wants? Ah, she wants taking here. Ah, you see? You see how it goes to draw? You see how it goes to draw? So, king g5, king f7, now we have to move our knight to g4. Knight to g4. We have to stay with the knight to g4. And then push h6. And here we are. Hope she will not play h6, huh?
I don't want to say anything. I hope she will play knight f1, yes? If the idea is to bring the knight to g4, then knight f1, knight h2, knight g4, 3 moves very fast, and
But she does not look like that.
yeah, she looks a bit confused and worried. Knight.
No, please don't do h6. Yeah,
Knight
f1.
f1.
Hallelujah. Knight
Knight
f1.
f1.
And just imagine if on the next move she will play knight g3 after thinking 40 minutes, 40 seconds. We are waiting for Josephine. She will play, what she will play? Just stay with the bishop, like bishop d3, or maybe bishop d1. I don't know what she will do. But she has to do one thing for sure. For example, bishop e4. Let's make bishop e4, knight e3, bishop b1, knight g4, and for example, she just stays.
She made a move?
No.
They made 2 moves.
I want to do something different. So this, and I want to do this. What's going on here? h6 anyway is on bishop takes g4, there is h7.
But also knight e5 check is fine.
Yes, but after knight e5 check, how should I improve? King e7.
I will
And
see
I
that
don't
after
see
you make a
king-
move.
king g6 maybe.
It
yes.
looks good.
Yes.
So I'm pressing, I'm improving. It cannot be bad with a king on g6, protecting both pawns,
Okay.
and knight is flexible. And
She played knight e3, and now she has a little bit more than 1 minute on the clock.
more options.
That's
for a
already
knight.
the problem.
Knight d5, knight c4, knight g4. No, she will go for knight to g4, I'm sure. And next move will be knight e5, for sure. Either, she will
Maybe.
bring the knight to e5 for sure. Just from g4, either c4. But she just started to think like she has a lot of time. Actually, is it her move? Ah, no, okay, it's Josephine.
It's Josephine's move.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
So Josephine is thinking there is much to think actually about the past game, not the future. King g8.
Maybe now about past 2 games, like why I didn't press against Ulviyya, and now,
Yeah.
sometimes
Yes, that happens, but okay.
I would not have this pair, like this open. Everything would be different.
Yeah. Now I hope she will play h6, yeah, because without h6 there is no other choice. She has to do h6 and then simply win the game. Okay, it seems like we are going to the end. h6 happened. Take on h6, and don't tell me that she's thinking here. Oh my God, she thought here for 10 seconds. Now it's easy, absolutely easy to win. We are very close to the victory.
Of Vega.
Vega is doing her job, okay, with a little bumping, but still there, still on the correct way, and still going to win. Maybe somehow more 20 moves needed for that, but it's okay. Actually, it seems too easy. There is nothing much for black to fight, unfortunately.
To hope for.
Yeah. just pushing the both pawns, sometimes one, sometimes another. She did bishop e8, so king g5 has to be done, and then h5, h6. I think the position is absolutely winning now. Now even Vega is calm. She is not so nervous as she was few moves ago. Now everything is clear. She understood that. So king g5. King g5 should be the best move. What else? King g5, then knight g4, h5. Then h6. She started with knight g4. She wanted to do knight f6 check. On the way. King h8. I think this is a move that Josephine will play. Then h5, then king, oh, not king g8, sorry, king g8 not possible. Then something like bishop f7 maybe. But here knight e5 and f6 is coming. Knight e5, bishop e8, sorry, f6, king g8. And king g5 has to be done anyway. So king h8, for example, then f7. No king h8, then what move to do? King f8, h6, king g8, and now I will move my knight. King f8, for example, h7, king h8, for example, knight d6. So it means that bishop has to move. If bishop moves, then just knight d6. Bishop could not stay there, has to go here, and then this, check, and knight f5. And the game is over. Maybe still continue with something like bishop b3, but then h7 check, king h8, and
Knight h... no.
This is also possible. Yeah.
Yeah, king h6 is good.
The bishop could not leave this diagonal because I will just move.
Mm-hmm.
And if it just stays, then knight h4.
Knight e7.
Yeah. Okay.
Same idea, just different way. Okay, let's see. Bishop f7. So
Knight
we are
e5,
expecting
f6.
knight e5.
She did king g5, also possible. King g7.
Now h6 will come.
h6, f6, I mean, without those moves, we could not win the game. Knight
Yeah.
e5 also maybe first. I don't know.
h6.
Okay, you
I'm
bet on
joking, I
h6, I'm betting on knight e5.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see who will be the winner of today's studio. Knight e5.
Come on, Vega, please.
Knight e5.
h6.
Vega, please, knight
Give
e5.
check. Maybe it's
Oh my
mate.
god. Let's go.
You never know.
Knight e5. Knight e5
40
should be.
seconds, just enough for a check. Women solidarity, come on. Ah, okay. We cancel our bet. Just make any move.
It's good that I am not the coach of Vega.
Yeah, I was always wondering how is to coaches, and also when there are team tournaments to
that's very
captains,
difficult,
coaches,
very
it's so
difficult. Knight e5.
Okay.
1-0.
Doesn't matter.
I can bet another
This battle
time.
is not finished. We have 6 more rounds.
Okay. So what happened next? Something strange happened, I think. Knight e5, bishop a2, and what did she do? She does not want to move the... Yes, she played knight d3. She's not pushing
I said
the pawns.
h6 before.
She's not pushing the pawns. Okay.
She is obviously not hungry. You know, usually you want to finish your game and just to go to dinner, to eat, to enjoy your evening.
But when you are fully in the game, I think you are not even thinking about the stomach at
Exactly.
all.
That's true. I wanted to make a joke, but you just...
I want to find out what's the point of knight d3. Please help me, because you understood sometimes more when the female
Well,
players
she
are
wants to
doing
come
it.
to e5.
But she was on e5. Last move was knight d3. So where she's going to put that knight? Where is the better square for that knight?
I said she wants to come to e5 because I think she made the move like knight e5. I'm really not sure.
So she just...
well, I'm not sure. We have to reload. We all have to reload.
So
Energy.
she moved knight
chessboard.
d3 from e5, then she moves there.
Then to c6.
Okay, one more time. If she will play knight e5, it will be 3 times per repetition.
It could happen.
Could happen? No. Come on.
It's not that I want to see that.
Bishop c4. Josephine, what else to think? Yeah, if you want 3 times the repetition, you have to play bishop c4. And actually, German player to play. So und? No, she has another plans. She has another plans. We have another plans.
Exactly, and 3 minutes for
thinking.
Josephine. Yes.
3 minutes for thinking.
It would be easier if it's like less time. Maybe sometimes you catch things faster if you have less time, because you have to do like that. You have to think faster. And
okay, Josephine is thinking, so I think she has to play bishop c4. Who knows, maybe there will be the repetition.
but before this, bishop was, can we go just few moves? Because she should not push on c4 bishop. She has to be the one who repeats once when knight comes to e5. Now, for example, bishop...
no, still bishop c4, huh? Because maybe bishop a2 position will
exactly,
be... Yes,
maybe bishop a...
Bishop a2 once.
Once.
Bishop a2 twice.
Yes.
So play
and
bishop
now
c4.
Bishop wherever, maybe bishop d5 to
makes
force
more
her.
sense. More
Exactly.
tricky. Now f6 check is just super necessary to play.
She h6 maybe she played. Knight e8, okay.
She's go. Wait. Okay. Okay, who knows? Maybe she wants knight e6 check. Maybe she will finally play f6. Let's see. She's going to do, and now she has more time than Josephine. This is a important part, that she has more time now. But let's see how she will use that time. Let's see.
Okay. We are waiting.
Now Josephine will be in time trouble.
She just played
Bishop
like
e4.
bishop e4.
Yes. Okay, without f6 and h6, the position will not be winning. Knight e6. King f7. Definitely king f7. And maybe now she wants to play h6, force her to play king g8, and then play king g6. Definitely it is completely winning. Definitely it is winning. Maybe this is what she wants. I hope so.
There is a progress.
There is a progress.
King
yes.
d6.
She does not want to push the pawn. But she will. Now she will. As she played king g6, she will push the pawn. Now bishop c6 to do the bishop e8 check.
To let Vega more to think about pushing the pawn or not?
Sure. Then will be knight c7 to don't give you the check.
To prevent it.
Then anyway, I have to push h6 or f6, or maybe just go back king g5 for one more circle to gain the time. Okay, of course it is a little bit with the humor, but I think the position is just done. That's nothing much to look. Let's take a look at other things, if anybody anywhere is playing. No, everybody is done.
And everybody is waiting for pairings.
Yeah. Okay. She does not want to play h6 or f6 still, right? Ah, king h8 was in the game, so how it happened? Knight h6, king g6 and king h8, not bishop c6. Now knight g5, yes?
Knight g5, yes. Knight
Okay,
G5.
now that's it. Now that's it. That's definitely the end. Now h6 or f6 is ending the game.
Almost 90 moves they played, yes?
Yes. And Josephine, what did she play? She played bishop c8. h6. Wow, that's it. We are almost there. Now knight f7 check is the next move. Ah, that's it. Now knight
That's
f7.
it.
Now it's super
Exactly.
sure that nothing to calculate
Exactly.
there. Knight f7 check is the next move. Yeah. Game over here, as bishop b3 does not help in anything. Knight f7 check. Bishop has to capture the knight, otherwise on king g8 it will be just h7 and h8 queen. Josephine is taking her last minute in the game. Yeah, now she is thinking about the thing that we mentioned a lot of times. Now, unfortunately, there is no more resources to continue fighting. Oof, very tiring game for Vega.
It is. It is. We will see how that will affect on tomorrow's round. Although at the end it will be a win,
Yeah.
which is good. Job done. So
That's true. That's
it was a
true.
successful day, but a
Yeah.
bit stressed, nerves and also energy, and it can affect. In 2 days we have rest day, but not tomorrow. So they have to survive tomorrow's
Okay,
day.
handshake. Here we are.
Okay.
Here we are. Congratulations to
Vega.
Vega.
She played a
won.
good game.
Yes.
Really good game. She
We
just,
are talking with humor sometime, but of course we definitely know that when you are sitting there under the pressure, the things are absolutely different.
Exactly.
So, today's day is over. Congratulations to the winners. Our support to the people who lost the games and wishing them the good luck. And thank you for watching and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, thanks everyone for following us. I have to say something. If you missed any of interviews we had so far, you can check it on ECU YouTube channel and reply anytime. And of course, subscribe and follow the European Chess Union social media. See you tomorrow, same place, same time.
Bye.
Bye.